Tourism 365, Day 2. Let's go. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back, all the dancers, John Travolta's, Olivia Newton-John's, Macarena lovers, and all you who were just drinking last night. Nice to have you in this number, back in this lovely part of the world. Welcome to Opatija. Say hi to all guys who are with us online. Can we do a wave on 3, 2, 1? Hey! They're still drinking coffee in pajamas, but they pay their entrance card, which is also nice. I'm glad that we carry on with today's program. Yesterday it was packed. Today we have more to offer. We usually start with a greeting. If you're asking where the hell are the Croatians in this hall, don't you worry about a thing, because this morning we have two things that are very similar and common to Croatians. First one is a huge traffic jam because of the traffic accidents. And second one is something which is called bura. Can you repeat it with me? Bura. That's very strong wind from the north, and when bura is blowing, nobody goes nowhere. They wait, everything is clear, the sunny days will be coming, so you need to wait that day, but they are arriving. I see them over there. So let's carry on with the welcome speeches by our Ivana. She prepared 7 minutes or not, or only Tine. He will be, both of you. Okay, so we call now first Tine because we are good hosts, our friends. You go both. Whoa, that's an attack on the microphone. Let's do it for the start. Clap your hands for Ivana and Tine. They are now for a long time online friends.
Okay, good morning, everybody. Welcome to Tourism 365 Conference 9th edition, second day. Yesterday, we were very busy, working from early in the morning until 8 in the evening. Just before the party, we finally finished with hackathon. And maybe just to wrap up, yesterday we talked a lot about growing demands in tourism and about Croatia and Europe in the global context. And I think that by the end of the day, we all agreed there it's greater responsibility at all of us, the working in tourism at this moment, because with this huge growth, we really have to carefully start planning how will we develop our tourism and our destinations in the future. Later during the day, we had hackathon with 6 teams from European universities. The students were competing for very nice prize, and the team that won, you will have the chance to listen to their presentation later during the day. Today is more business day oriented to marketplace, and I suppose Tina will tell you something more about that.
Mm-hmm. Thank you, Ivana. Yes, welcome everyone. My name is Tine Muren. I'm a co-founder and CEO of New Deal Europe. We are an organization specialized in promotion of tourism to Southeast Europe. Croatia has been one of our main partners, and Ivana and Julius Rose, and especially this beautiful event for the last 3 or 4 years. And we always bring a handful number of international buyers, which attracts quite a few of you suppliers here, and I hope you're going to have a great B2B session today. Yesterday was a very interesting day, I believe. We opened some interesting topics which should be open before or was open before but not discussed, so I was very pleased with the day yesterday, and I think we're going to have another day like this today. With an addition of the more business orientated in like it's tradition at the Tourism 365 conference. First day we always bring a bit of rain so we keep people inside, and today we brought a bit of sun so we can really prove to the buyers from around the world that Croatia is one of the most beautiful countries in the world. And I'm Slovenian, I still say this. So welcome everyone, and back to
the day.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you both. Tine, as the love between Croatia and Slovenia always rises, everything you say may and will be used against you in the future as well. So thank you for that one. So ladies and gentlemen, we start with a keynote speech. We found this lovely lady joining us because she, for the 3 decades, has known everything about tourism. They believe her so much that they gave her the whole mountain to promote for a whole year round tourism because she knows how to do it. And now she will share her knowledge with you so you can write it all down, because the presentation is officially named Shifting Travel Beyond Usual Frame. It's my great pleasure to introduce you our guest who is joining us now, the founder of the Mana Plus and the project director of Discover Kačkar. Please clap your hands for Pčela and Sensoj. Merhaba. Hoş geldiniz. The floor is yours, and I can't wait you to share all the things you want.
Teşekkür ederim.
Sağ ol.
Hello, good morning. Thank you for coming this morning. Well, we will talk about how tourism is shifting today, and I think I will be adding more. I hope I can add more to what has been discussed yesterday. So, tourism is entering a new era. Habits are shifting, values are shifting, and with them, the motivations for travel are shifting. So that's why my theme today is shifting travel beyond the usual frame. Now we are looking at this mountain. This is actually not Switzerland. It is in the eastern coast of the Black Sea of Turkey. It is the highlands, the yaylas of the city of Rize. So, because the usual frame, counting arrivals, chasing growth, selling bucket lists, is breaking down, and so what comes next begins with something much simpler. A moment of wow. This actually is not an AI picture. It's a friend of mine. We've been trekking up in the mountains, so she does that. I cannot. And yesterday, Rajan's impressive story celebrated what makes travel unforgettable, that human connection you mentioned about. I won't repeat it, but I would like to build on it. So before I go any further, I would like to repeat this question. Do you remember your last wow moment? Just think about it and keep it in your pocket. A sunrise, a meal, a conversation, or the song in the cab. So you know that moment. You step off a bus, you breathe this crisp mountain air, you see clouds drifting across a ridge. Somewhere the sound of tulum, the local bagpipe, or that carries along the valley, and you think, wow, that is the spark. Travel at its core is sensory. It's escape. It's escape from where you are or sometimes from your feelings, but it is a reminder that we are alive. But wow alone is fleeting. Unless we transform it, it disappears as soon as we return home. And that's where our challenge begins, or our opportunity. Again, looking at these clouds above the valleys might be your wow moment. But on the other hand, tourism today lives in a paradox. Some destinations are drowning, streets jammed, locals overwhelmed, the wow turning into this picture got short, but you might have been to Hagia Sophia. It's one of the majestic monuments in Istanbul, and most of the times there is that crowd, which makes you And in some places, people debate, yesterday we were discussing that, charging 20 euros for just to enter a village. That's not wow anymore, that's literally a tax to breathe. Meanwhile, other places, valleys, villages, mountains, they stand waiting. So, which side do you feel closer to your own destination? Is it overrun or invisible? Just think about it. So, this is not just a traffic problem, it is actually a design problem. If we design only for the wow, we burn it out. Like Hagia Sophia, it's a wow. If we design for width, we create balance. If we design for we create resilience. This is what it means to shift travel beyond the usual frame. Let me pause for a moment and explain why this is personal to me. I first met the Kachkar Mountains as a young tour guide when I started a couple decades ago. The mist in the highlands, the warmth of the villagers offering you tea, and the rhythm of life in the highlands, yaylas, I realized that the Kachkar Mountains was not a geography, and it is true for the whole Anatolia, for whole Turkey. It was a story waiting to be told. Years later, after my time as the product marketing director at Turkey's National Tourism Board, TGA, I came back with a more focused vision by the beginning of this year. Today, as the project director of Discover Kachkar and the founder of Mana Plus, I focus on creating tourism models where nature, culture, local food, traditions, and sport come together to foster well-being and always grounded in sustainability. So when I speak about wow towards with and towards we, I'm not speaking from theory. I'm speaking from lived experience with the people of these mountains, this land. Just recently, very recently, like 2 weeks ago, we had an international ultra trail race in these mountains. So just 1 week before we host the first UTMB World Series in Turkey, in the Kachkars, a disaster struck. The city of Rize was hit by extreme rain, the streams overflowed, roads collapsed, bridges were swept away, and entire rural roads, the main road going up to our starting point, were cut off. And then the snow arrived, and unusually early in the season. The race could easily have been canceled. The dream could have ended just there. But what happened instead was extraordinary. All the local authorities, state crews, villagers, thousands of people, volunteers worked around the clock, sleepless, relentless, and just to make this dream happen. Luckily, there were no casualties, but within like 3 days, literally 3 days of time, everything was redone. They cleared the landslides, rebuilt roads, reopened access, not because it was easy, because they believed in what this moment could mean. A new chapter for their mountains, a chance to show the world another face of tourism. That determination, that solidarity, that is what with looks like. Wow may begin with landscapes, beautiful mountains, but it survives through people. Across Europe, we have been listening to different stories. We already see how destinations are wrestling with this paradox. That's what happens when wow is unmanaged. You end up firefighting, literally. The better path is foresight. Design before crisis hits. Are you designing for resilience? Do you think about it? Or are you still firefighting in your destinations? Looking ahead, the real opportunity is to embed foresight into tourism strategy, to anticipate change instead of reacting to the crisis. Well, it means aligning investment with climate adaptation, innovation, transforming operations so that they are regenerative and responsible, and ensuring that data and technology are accessible to everyone, not just the largest players. And it also means recognizing the importance of balanced leadership. Women, I should say, already drive much of the sustainability agenda in our sector, and their presence at decision-making tables strengthens the resilience. So together, these approaches point into a future where tourism is not only sustainable, but a force for renewal, for communities, for economies, and for the natural world. Let me bring you back to Kachkars. Here, the peaks rise up to 4,000 meters high above the Black Sea, and alpine meadows bloom with wildflowers, traditions, the horon dances, the authentic local bagpipe, hand-knitted socks are still alive. Our mission is to Discover Kachkar, is to transform this region into a model of regenerative tourism. Not mass consumption, but authentic experience. I'd like to share with you the model we are building in the Kachkar Mountains. This is not a global capital of tourism. This is a small mountainous region above the city of Rize, in the Black Sea coast of Turkey that for decades depended on just few markets and short summer season, only for 2 months, and leaving much of its potential untapped. But through this project, Discover Kachgar, we are reshaping that story. So, what we did? First, we mapped the landscape. So more than just peaks, the villages, the rivers, valleys, cultural stops, trails were connected, routes were signed, and digital platform opened the door to the world in several languages in the first months, and visitors from over 20 countries found us online. So we digitalized it. Second, we brought the community into the design. Women's cooperatives, tea growers, artisans are no longer on the margins, but they are part of the visitor experience itself. Income stays in the villages, and pride grows with every handcraft sold or meal shared. Third, we stretched the calendar. Adventure sports like trekking, rafting, mountain biking, mountain sports, winter sports, and now the ultra guides are being trained to international standards. So every step is measured not by volume, but by vitality. And this model works because the authorities give legitimacy and coordination. And they are all aligned. The development agency provide planning and funding. Local businesses and cooperatives bring culture, food, and hospitality. International partners such as UTMB help us benchmark against global standards. And the community itself provides the spirit that, wow, that begins the journey. So Discover Kachgar shows how a small seasonally dependent destination can shift this, its frame from surviving on a short peak season to thriving as a year-round 365 globally connected destination. This is regenerative tourism, giving back more than we take. Every wow is shared. Every wow creates we. And this is shifting the frame from mountains as backdrops to the mountains as living partners. So the conversation here at Tourism 365 reminds us foresight must be part of our strategy, and we need to align investment with climate and innovation, transform operations into regenerative models, and we need to explore how AI can democratize tourism data for small companies to even reimagine greener, walkable futures. So, and let's not forget, when women lead, sustainability follows. Studies show women leaders are more likely to prioritize responsibility in governance. Balance in leadership is balance in outcomes. So I'd like to leave you with this. We all remember a wow. Think about your first wow again. A sunrise, a song, a taste. But what did we do with it? Did we carry it home as a memory, or did we turn it into a responsibility? To move travel beyond its usual frame is to let wow last beyond a spark, to live of shared practice and to grow into the we that remains. The old frame asked, how many wows became we? The old frame asked how many came, the number, but the new frame asks how many wows become we. So, because every journey begins with a wow. And before I finish my conversation, I would like to share a small 30 seconds video of how that wow became we, including the local music, international runners from 55 countries, local runners, and and we should ask ourselves, how can that wow become we by watching this? Thank you for listening. I need the volume, please. The volume, please. Okay. But that was the sound of the bagpipe. Can Thank you.
Joining us. So now I always say here we learn. What is the difference between teşekkür ederim and teşekkürler?
One is plural and more casual,
Okay.
informal.
Okay.
Teşekkür ederim is the full word.
Okay, teşekkür ederim to you and to everybody still incoming for the rest of the conference. We are now setting the stage for the panel discussion, the hardest ever invented way of communication in history on mankind, because in 40 minutes they have to answer very tough questions, because as you heard, we hit some walls with tourism, and now it's time to reimagine everything, what we've done so far, and we'll be doing it with the dialogue. And the dialogue is named, really, Tourism Reimagined, but until we settle this down, we'll be back after commercials.
For Prostoria, furniture defines the spatial experience. For 15 years, we've crafted it in our own factory in Croatia. With every stage under one roof, we ensure quality and durability essential for hospitality. In close collaboration with architects, we design for hotels, restaurants, and resorts, shaping unique identities. Many projects became signature pieces of our collection. Above all, Prostoria stands for comfort. Transform your hospitality into a memory of comfort with Prostoria.
And we're back after commercials for the panel, ladies and gentlemen. Clap your hands to our dear guests. I call Helena Matusha, Director, Entrepreneurial Center of the Zagorje County. Ceylan Sensoy, Father Romana Plus Project Director, Discover Kachkar. Chantal Pastos, Travel Trade Manager, The Hagen Partners. Tanya Socha, Tourism Bokin. And the man that flew in yesterday, did the keynote speech, had a party on the dance floor, and now asking questions as a BBC journalist. Clap your hands for Rajan Datar, who will be the man asking all the questions for lovely ladies. Good choice of the panel guests. I compliment that one, Rajan. Welcome. Welcome back. No problem. Ladies, nice to have you. Do you have enough space? Is it all good? The microphones are here. And we start. No.
1, 2.
Permettimi.
1, 2. That's
And
better.
now.
There we go. Thank you. And first of all, I should just say very quickly, as I didn't say it yesterday, thank you so much to Ivana and Tourism 365 for inviting me here. Thank you to this hotel, the Ambassador Hotel, for being my host. This is my personal first time to this part of Croatia, and just waking up this morning, I don't know how you looked outside and just thought, wow, that wow factor, yeah. So I'm delighted to be here. So what we have now is 4 destinations, each with their own distinct challenges, but also I think a lot of very common issues. The issues in common is what I'm trying to say, that we will discover right now. I am on a learning curve with many of these destinations, as I'm sure you are. So what I'm going to ask each of these panelists, and we have, I think, yes, you have got behind you who you are, so you can all see that. I'm going to ask each of them perhaps to just give a very quick summary of what it is about their destination that is generally well known, that is appealing to tourists, and perhaps just very quickly in terms of numbers, how many tourists they get into their destination. Just very quickly to go around with all of you. I'm going to start with Bohin, because I've actually been there. So please tell me, Tanya, this is Tanya.
Hi. Okay.
Hi.
Yes.
By the way, we should say that, shouldn't we? That Clem couldn't make it, so Tanya has very quickly and gratefully, thank you, stepped in.
So I should explain from where I come. So I come from Bohin. It's a region in the Julian Alps. It's a destination within the Julian Alps. The Julian Alps are like 4% if we measure in the Triglav National Park, part of Slovenia, or 10% of Slovenia if we measure it as a Julian Alps Biosphere Reserve. We are just a little destination within it, but we also work as coordinator for the informal association of the Julian Alps, which then integrates 10 municipalities and 6 major destinations within it, also Bled, Kranjska Gora, Radovljica and Soča Valley, for example.
Now, everyone knows about Lake Bled, everyone knows about Ljubljana, but suddenly your region, Bohinj, has become very popular. Is that right?
Yes, we're still far behind the Bled, but we do feel the over-tourism as well, only on those 3 major months, so June, July, and August. It is expanding slightly, also from May to October, but the most impact of over-tourism we feel in those months, yeah.
And just quickly, where are most of your tourists from?
Oh, they come from all over the world. So depends from which destination do you look for. And depends on in which month actually. But as a Julian Alps Association, we get about 1.5 million of arrivals. That's over. If you count in overnight stays, about 4.5 million of overnight stays, which is about 25% of Slovenian tourism. Of the overnight stays.
25%?
Yes.
That's a big,
yeah,
that's a big
that's
amount.
just for our region.
Yeah, okay, thank you. Chantal, The Hague, everyone knows about The Hague in one way, but tell me more.
I hope everyone knows The Hague. The Hague is the second largest city in the Netherlands and very known. Also, we are the city of peace and justice. In The Hague you will find the Peace Palace as well as International Crime Court and all other kinds of organizations dealing with peace and justice. Besides that, we are also a royal city. Our king and queen, they work and live in The Hague, and we also do have lots of historical monuments and palaces in the city. And also quite important, we are the only city in the Netherlands with a beach. We have 11 kilometers of sandy beaches, and that combination makes that The Hague is the second largest city for tourism in the Netherlands.
You also have a very famous painting.
We do have a very, very famous painting. I don't know, does anyone know the girl with the pearl earring? Okay, she's a very famous, and lots of visitors come to The Hague to see our girl. And but we welcome them, of course, but we also want to show them all the other nice spots The Hague has to offer.
And we'll develop that as time goes on during this conversation. Scarlett Johansson, was it Scarlett Johansson? Girl with the pearl earring?
Yes,
yes,
in the movie, yes,
Yeah, yeah.
That's correct.
Elena, you're the only person actually on this panel from this country, Croatia. We're talking about this country. Tell me more. Krapina, tell me more. Yeah.
Well, I think that yesterday there was a lot of talk about Zagorje region, and I think that everybody here and outside this conference knows about Krapina-Zagorje County, but let's talk about it some more. Well, yeah, we are the best continental tourism destination with more than 400,000 overnight stays and 200,000 incoming guests. There's half of more domestic tourists and more than half from Slovenia, Czechia, some neighboring countries, Italy, also Poland, coming to see Krapina-Zagorje County. Of course, I think that, and yesterday when we were talking about the regions, we can talk about thermal spas. Every region has one or several thermal spas. We have museums like any other region. We have cultural sites, I would say, like any other region. We also have something to do during the day. It's nice. We don't have bura, as Frano said in the morning. We don't have traffic jams, as Frano said. We have a lot of vineyards, and what we have is the peace and calm and nice people. So that's Zagorje region.
Now, if I'm not mistaken, I think 80 to 90% of tourism to Croatia goes to the coast.
Yes.
And you are not the coast.
No, we are not the coast, but what we offer is when you go wild on the coast, you can find yourself in Zagorje region again and go peacefully home.
And again, in terms of seasonality, because you're inland, because you're in the mountains, you can offer all year round.
Yes, and we do
hospitality.
offer all year round.
Again, we'll talk
hospitality.
more about that
Yes.
in a second. Now, Jelan, we've obviously just heard about where you're from and who you're representing today. Interestingly, you were a tour guide, right? You told me that. Yeah. For how long?
Let's
A long
don't
time.
talk about it, like a couple decades.
Okay. So we kind of got the point about the region that you're talking about. Perhaps you could just tell us a little bit more the details about who comes and how many people come and when they come.
I should start with Turkey in general. I was representing Turkey as a destination for many years. We are the number 4 incoming tourism country in the world with 62 million arrivals last year. I am highlighting this because this region in the eastern Black Sea is receiving about only 200,000 foreign tourists. So that is now we are going towards our V moment. And in general, it's 1.5 million tourists, mostly locals, especially because it's really nice weather. The mountains, the highlands it's a very nice climate. Rivers running perpendicular to the Black Sea from the mountains. So every river comes with its valley and its microclimate from east to west. Within the city, the climate changes. And so it's like the snow stays up almost I should say 6-7 months, which is lucky for us. Excuse me. So this region has so much to offer. That's why we are focused on that.
Okay, we'll again come back to you. Take a bit. Do you want some water? Yeah. Right. Let's deal with the big issues here, which is the challenges that you all face. So let's start, Chantal, with The Hague. What are the big challenges for you?
Our challenges is to make sure that we will not suffer, like for example, Amsterdam or Barcelona, from over-tourism. We do that by spreading out tourists throughout the city and make sure that they will see all the parts of our beautiful city. For example, we have built a tool, the Ruimtemonitor, which is available on our website, denhaag.com, where people can see in real time how busy different areas at the beach are and in the city. So they can decide where to go. And also for us, it's a tool to spread tourism naturally throughout the city and through the beach. Another thing what we are working on is to attract tourists not only in high season but also in shoulder and off season. And we do that, for example, by running campaigns in those seasons. For example, last year, September, we did a very big campaign in Amsterdam, the Big Five, to attract cultural tourists from Amsterdam to extend their trip to The Hague and visit our masters we have who are linked to The Hague as well. So, for example, Johannes Vermeer, the girl with the pearl earring, but also the Rembrandts, the Mondriaan, Mesdag. We offer them all, and people can watch those famous paintings as well.
So you're telling me all the good things, attractive things, but I want to know more about the challenges. How about the local communities? Are they involved very much in tourism?
Yes, the local communities, we do involve them, and that is also the heart of what we do. People who live in The Hague should first and foremost benefit from tourism to the city. So an example, what we have created is a group of volunteers. We call them the Hague City Host. And at busy moments, they are standing at key spots in the city, guiding tourists the way. And they not only point out the highlights, but show also the hidden gems in the city. And that's another way to spread tourism throughout the city.
Now, it strikes me that The Hague would be a big attraction for people who are interested in culture. Culture would be a big draw for people. How do you make sure that people don't all go to the same places? Is it by using this route monitor thing that you do? You monitor how many people are in certain places?
Yes,
Yeah.
we do.
Yeah.
Yes, we do. And it's not only we attract cultural people because of the sandy beaches we have. Definitely, we attract also people who like to have fun at the beach. But besides that, we do also have lots of nature. The dunes, for example, very nice parks where people can go.
So what would you say is your main problem, your main challenge that you need to overcome?
I do believe that it always is a challenge to spread people around the city because everybody knows the girl with the pearl earring, and of course everybody wants to see her, and that's our main goal, to point out also the other points of interest.
Okay, I think this will be, as I said before, a common issue. Just one question. What technology do you use to monitor where everybody is? Are you using cameras, or how does it work?
Actually, to be honest, my colleagues built the tool, but I should have asked them. But yes, probably, yes.
Yeah, I mean, I do know, for example, in Malaga, they use cameras and they use AI and the data center, and they are watching exactly where people are.
Yes.
They're even seeing people's reactions from the body heat from their faces and all this kind of stuff as well.
Oh, in our tool, that's not
Okay, fine.
but okay.
Excellent. Okay, Bohin.
Yes.
As I said, I have been there. I know some of the issues, but please explain what you think are the main challenges.
So the main challenges are, before I explained the numbers, and if you can imagine that from 4.5 million of arrivals in the Julian Alps, 60% of this comes in 3 months, that's a big challenge. Then the other challenge is 86% of these arrivals come by car. So the traffic, the infrastructure, it's not usually, it wasn't made for that kind of amount of people and cars and vehicles. So our challenges are spreading from the ones that tourism brings, so overcrowdedness of some hotspots.
Like Lake Bohin, like
yes,
the waterfall.
Like
yeah.
Lake Bohin and Savica waterfall and Triglav. There's a line to Triglav in the middle of August. That's not a pleasant experience, I can promise you. So those are the challenges, but it's hard to tackle those challenges. People will come, and if they saw it on Instagram, they just want to have a picture there as well. Doesn't matter how long do they stay in line for getting that picture, but they do. But our problems do not only come from the ones that tourism brings. It's actually, some of them are there just because, I don't know, the people are getting older, so the aging of the population, the farms are getting closed or disappearing. So some of the things tourism can actually help to overcome. So our main challenge is maybe finding the right balance.
Yeah.
And this, we try to do some with technology, some with good planning, some by developing products that are sustainable by design. So
I think the other issue, if I remember rightly, as well, that you have is day trippers.
Yes.
People only coming for the day,
Yes.
not spending nights in hotels,
Yes.
not spending much money, but coming in big traffic.
Yes.
Yeah.
That's true, because we're only 1 hour, not in summertime, then it's 2 hours or 3, but we are only away 1 hour from the main city, Ljubljana. So this is easy, even if people are living in some other parts of Slovenia. So 3 hours and you're across the whole Slovenia. That's not a long drive. So you can live in Maribor or stay in Maribor and come for a day to our place, anything within the Julian Alps. So you can imagine the traffic then arises even more in those summer times. And sometimes just to get across a town called Bled in the August, in the middle of the day, that usually takes 10 minutes, could have a good hour to just pass those 10 minutes distance. So the locals are not thrilled, especially if they need to be at work at some point and coming home at some point. So
Yeah, and
it's a challenge.
That is a big challenge. When you have local people who are resentful about tourism, that's a problem. Some obviously benefit.
Yes. Some of them vary, but some of them are also thriving on tourism a lot. So again, the balance would be perfect.
Yeah, yeah. Actually, when I talked to Clement, I made a documentary last year for radio, and we went to Bohin, and I talked to Clement, and he said there's an interesting irony that the farmers who feel that there is a problem because they are competing for resources sometimes with tourism, at the same time, these same farmers are renting out apartments
Yes.
and
True.
actually doing well, and there's more money in tourism than
True.
farming. So how do you create that balance?
We do lots of projects. So Tourism Bohin is not only dealing with managing tourism, we also just infiltrate in other areas. So, for example, with the 100% local project funded also by EU, we tackle the short chains, supply chains, for example, managing farming. So that the farmers they know how much they have to produce because the hotels will buy this produce or products for sure. And this is so there's a cooperation between B2B cooperation between the hotels and the farmers as well. So we are then helping them make a structure, helping them deal with the bureaucracy, finding the funding. We even bought a combine to harvest the crops. We are helping him find sustainable practices, saving water, minimizing herbicides and pesticides, so it's a very ecological approach, or regenerative approach even. But also we find different kind of strategies to sell that. So we have like a Bohin breakfast, and Tourism Bohin is delivering breakfast in the mornings as well. So things like that, very small things, but very important things.
Okay.
And we are providing digital tools, so B2B, so the hotels can order supplies from the farmers directly.
Strikes me as being a really clever way of making sure that the farmer is involved in the food chain and the hotels and restaurants are buying directly locally. That's brilliant.
They're also maintaining the landscape, because if they don't exist, the landscape changes and people come for the landscape because it's amazing. I can promise that.
Exactly. Without the landscape, there wouldn't be the tourism.
True.
Yeah. Same probably applies to you, Helena, yeah? What are your main challenges?
Well, I somehow grouped it into three. First, I would say it's fragmented experiences. If we talk about entrepreneurship, what it basically is solving problems for others. And if you see what problems tourists have, they don't want to buy tickets. They want journeys. Yeah. Yeah. So it basically comes down, and Bohin does that very nicely, combining everything. So there has to be one ticket for the whole journey. So less administrative part, less thinking about where should I go, let's direct them and let's put experience first.
Give me an illustration, perhaps, an example of this.
What the colleague was talking about Bohinj, so they connected the culture, the food, the experience on the lake, and that's something that I think there is a possibility to do also in every region, but also in Zagorje. So you buy one ticket, you go to the museums, you go to the spa, you go to the winery, and you have a whole day or 2 days or 3 days of experience with one ticket, and nobody asks you at the entrance anything. You just go and enjoy. So I think that is still the problem in our region. So the second problem is the digital gap in the physical infrastructure. So you have a rich cultural heritage, we have museums, we have castles, and it's all physical, it's all tangible, but new tourists also want to experience something that's digital within this walls. And also what we see in the rural areas, the broadband infrastructure is still low. And the digital literacy of our SMEs is at 56%. It's a good percentage, it's the EU level. But the low broadband connectivity in rural areas still does not provide the opportunity for a lot of renters or rural capacities to be to selling their tickets online or journeys or be present in the online and digital world. And the third thing that is, I think, here and coming is the untapped potential of the night economy. Zagorje goes silent after 9.
Right.
Yeah, and it's okay, but as we see, the psychology shows that the tourists spend more during the night. And you can even get them to stay longer during the night. So some projections in the castles, some very fun things to do, also with one ticket to go around. So you enjoy one day in the spa, you go in the vineyard, and then you go to a castle to see a movie projection. And you have a great experience.
So how do you develop the nighttime economy then?
We are still thinking on how to develop the nighttime economy because you need security, that's first. In some rural areas, you are lacking connectivity, so get great transportation. Also, we have to engage the local community because, of course, in the night economy, it's very important that the whole community understands what you are doing because the night economy starts at 6 or 7 or 9 and ends at 6 a.m. The next day. So basically, I think the first step is that it could be utilized in bigger areas, like cities, not in rural areas. But if you, it can be done with great organizational capacities, giving the transportation and the security. But this night economy, the studies shows that pays return on investment is much higher maybe than in the only using this tourism as we know it.
Does it, the nighttime economy, does it exist away from the tourism areas? In other words, do local people go out to restaurants and enjoy nightlife at all?
Well, that's seasonal. The night economy in our region is seasonal. They enjoy it during the summer or maybe spring, late spring and early autumn. But what's very specific for Zagorje is that you have the neighboring city, it's the capital, Zagreb, 1 million people. And they could enjoy the night economy in our region because they can commute 30 minutes drive and stay for two days and enjoy the day and the night.
But the people who go out in Zagreb want nightlife. They want
there are
bars.
different tourists.
Okay.
We have to attract different tourists based on the resource that we have. Night economy is not only about nightclubs. It is maybe after 2 a.m. But until 2 a.m. you can have concerts, you can have movie projections in the vineyards, you can enjoy the vineyards at night, wellness at night. So
that's really interesting. I think I would do that. That sounds great. And I know that I think you mentioned stargazing.
Yes.
It's a big thing for you. That's a nighttime thing, and for you too, right? Yeah. So tell me more about that. we might as well carry on with that theme. How do you make sure that you have a 20-hour, at least, if not 24-hour, tourism offer?
Well, first, our challenge is to have more than 2 months
Yeah.
in this region. But I would actually echo what they've said. I think we all share similar experiences at some point. Let me start with the night hours. Here in this province of Rize, in the Kachkar Mountains, there's a really beautiful airport, very easy to reach the mountains. It's like only 35, 40 minutes, you are up in the 2,500 meters.
Yeah.
But the problem is they come, they just stay during the day, they do day trips and sort of like crowd the high valleys. And then they leave, they don't spend the night, and they go to the next destination nearby. And the other challenge is, Rize is also neighbor to Georgia, but to me. And so they do like 2 countries in 3 days kind of trips.
Yeah.
And that's why we are, the mountains, if you go high up above the clouds, is perfect for stargazing. And that is an increasing, well, sort of like a space tourism with a planetarium and all the other trainings is increasing a lot. And on the other hand, to make them stay there longer, it depends on the variety of the tourism products or experiences you offer. Unfortunately for this destination, Turkey is a big beach destination. We have 8,500 kilometers of coastline, which, you know, it's obvious, but nobody really knows, even if they have been to Turkey for several times, they don't realize that we have mountains as well. Even in Antalya, if you look back, there are the Taurus Mountains, and the same opportunities are there. So I think, you know, also the responsibility of the B2B, like travel professionals and tourists, to look for that wow moment somewhere else. And that's one of our challenges, to extend the seasonality. I shouldn't say low season, but because it's for the region, it's only 2 months, the rest is low season.
Yeah.
But there are so many opportunities out in the mountains, in the forests, from skiing to other non-skiing winter activities. And but that also comes with another challenge, because if you are extending the experiences, you need infrastructure for that. And when you invest in extra infrastructure, so that's the question, balancing the infrastructure and development with the nature.
Climate change is affecting you,
I
isn't
will
it?
come to that as well. It is actually, I don't want to use that word. I mean, like climate change, okay, it's changing, and but obviously this unpredictable weather is affecting a lot. This region is like subtropical climate. It's almost like a rainforest. It rains almost 300 days out of the year. And is Turkey selling sun, sea sand? This is just the opposite, and there is really beauty in that. I mean, it's not depressing. You don't have to be like, you know, Virginia Woolf and, you know, write depressing stories. It's actually very pleasant. It has a different misty feeling to it. And so I think that we are focusing on using the beauty of this weather. But what's challenging is it's changing and it's unpredictable. This year, the snow, the disaster we had was too soon compared to earlier years. And when we talk to the elderly people in the region, they say it hasn't happened since, like, I don't know, they don't even remember. So this is making it difficult to plan ahead, like that foresight that I've been talking about. That is something I don't know how we can foresee. And of course, balancing the nature, it also comes with it. So when we invest in new tourism products, like we need more maybe roads or like cable cars and other things to make it accessible. But at the same time, we have to make sure the rivers and the mountains, the forests remain as they are, so we can balance the climate change. And another challenge is to engage the community, as this is not a touristy area.
Yeah.
they are like their concept of tourist is doesn't exist. In Turkey, the Turkish hospitality is very famous, and they will just invite everyone to their homes. They will feed them, they will make them, breakfast, supper, but it's not tourism only. So we have to also educate the locals on what they sell, how they interact with the tourists, locals, and I should admit, majority of these local villagers are sort of like afraid of tourists. They don't want tourists.
Right, right. And they've heard about the problems elsewhere, and they think it might. What's the main industry? What has been the main industry there?
It is, Rize is the largest tea producer of Turkey, and also one of the largest in the world. So there are tea plantations.
Wow.
And we have that same challenge as, even though seasonal, when they have more tourists, when they see there is a very quick income from tourism, they start building bungalows over their tea plantations, and it's one of the challenge we have to balance. And then, of
I
course,
didn't know that about tea plantations there. Well,
Turkish tea in that tulip-shaped glass.
Yeah.
That comes from Rize.
Well, because I've been to Sri Lanka, for example, where they have tea plantations, and that's a big part of their tourism offer. It'd be so easy, wouldn't it, to make tea plantations the same thing?
Exactly. We have experiences how the tea is harvested. Actually, there are 3 harvest seasons throughout the year, so it's a good product for tourism. It's not once, it's 3 times. And also tea tasting. Many people don't know that green tea, white tea, and the black tea comes from the same plant. So just giving that information is sort of like going to a vineyard and like wine tasting. And it can be turned into a tourism product.
That's really interesting. Tea tasting like wine tasting.
Exactly.
Yeah,
That's
fantastic.
what we are doing.
Wow. How much time have we got? Pardon? How much? Oh, we're already over time. I just want to say very, very quickly, I want to ask all of you, what always strikes me about the seasonality issue is that one of the big problems is obviously schools, universities. Families find it very hard to find the time to be able to go to your places out of season. How do we tackle that? Does that mean it's just going to be older people with disposable income? How do we change that?
Do you want me to start?
Yeah, please.
I'm really not worried about it because if you offer activities like running, hiking, biking, so it's not just like a vacation. It is like experience, like coming out of your comfort zone, changing the scenery. And we have been hearing about like how solo travelers are increased. So it's, you just put that destination into your calendar. And so they don't have to be with children all the time. And there are like adventure sports people, sports camps. There are all sorts of travelers.
Great. Okay. Kalina?
Well, I agree that I don't see it as a problem. I see it as an opportunity for smart planning. So if we are talking about data, if we are talking about data, using data for smart planning, it's just like climate change. If you know where is the high season, then you offer a different kind of product to a different kind of clientele. So I think it's a question of smart planning and distribution over the year and using data on a smart way. So I don't see a problem for a family. I don't see a problem for me going with my kids and my husband for a 2-day trip. And I don't see a problem for my parents going for a 7-day trip.
Right.
In different, of course, time periods.
Yeah, of course, of course. Chantal?
I totally agree with both of you. But what we see now is that also lots of people are going on holidays, take several holidays in a year. It's not only in summertime, it's not only in high season. And I do believe that it is all of our jobs to point out the other seasons as well.
I mean, it just strikes me that because it's a city, because it's close to Rotterdam, it isn't all year. It's already all year round in a way, isn't it?
Yes, it is an all year around destination, and what we also like to point out is that as from The Hague, the distances, for example, to Amsterdam or to Rotterdam or to Delft, are so small. So we point out that people are going to stay in The Hague, and as from there, take day trips. So it will be a lot easier, and for example, also compared to Amsterdam, a lot cheaper as well.
And to you, Tanya. I mean, I was there in Easter last year, and
Yeah.
it was packed.
Yeah.
You talked about June, July, August, but also April, May.
But that's just the holidays, yes,
Yeah.
as well. We're definitely not wanting to spread the summer times into the other times, because then we'll have a real problem. But it's also a different target group, I think. It's outside of season, different clientele comes, so it's a different kind of guests. They look for different type of experiences. They want deeper connection with nature, so we are providing that. And for some products, you don't actually need any infrastructure at all. You just need a forest and a permit to be in there. But this works only if we understand how much of an impact we do have. So we have everything is interconnected in some way. So it's not just that we allow people then populate the forest to just breathe and do yoga and I don't know that, because we can then impact the flora and fauna. So we were measuring the wild cock in the forest of Pokljuka, for example, with some trackers.
Mm-hmm.
And if you walk outside of walking footpaths, they do recline from their original area, and they do less. They're diminishing in numbers, actually. So just us walking into a forest without knowledge of how we impact the forest could be a real disaster as well. So our goal is to measure things, so to use data and everything, the digital, and to try to digitize the predictable and humanize the unpredictable. So we can do things that we need to understand more than ChatGPT, for example. So we can then develop those holistic and mindful tools and products and impacts that we do with our offer.
Just very quickly, I met at breakfast Marco, who I think is in the room from Slovenia as well, and he was saying that everyone still goes to Bohin and to Bled, and that the rest of Slovenia is still not marketed well enough for tourism.
Yes.
Do you agree?
Kind of, yes. But during COVID, this did change a little bit because of the national, we had like coupons or something for, and people from Slovenia especially discovered areas that we might not have been visiting frequently. This is changing slightly, and the Slovenia Tourist Board has marketing aspects and financing aspects that's kind of a pushing from those main highly visited areas a bit more towards those maybe less visited areas, but there is still a big difference. If you can imagine, we are like 10% of the Slovenia's area, but we have 25% of overnight stays. This is a big difference. So we do tackle different challenge than maybe some other areas in Slovenia, definitely.
Thank you so much. I've got to stop now because I can see him lurking behind me on the left hand. And I know what he did yesterday. I don't want the same thing. So can you please put your hand together for really interesting case studies here? Thank you.
Pum, para, pum, pum, pararara. It works. Oh, the fear is good when God gives it to you. Yesterday I was taking off my clothes, rushing everybody from the stage. But now, important announcement. Today, I'm going to rush you like I'm a villain. Because today is my wedding anniversary. And if I'm late again for another year, for another wedding, I will be sleeping in another hotel. So please help me so we can manage this properly. Before we carry on, we have a special video for you because it will be an intro to our next subject. Since 1889, you can feel much healthier if you come here again. But I have some lovely guests who will be addressing the subject, building the next health travel economy. We'll be talking about changing the way of thinking while you go to your vacation, not only for tourist porn, as you learned yesterday, right? Just for the buildings and selfies, but actually to do something which is useful for your organism. So I kindly ask these ladies and gentlemen to join me on the stage for the next panel. Executive Director, European Historic Terminal Towns Association, or EHTTA, Simon Zagrodnik, join us. Sika Katsarova, Vice President, European Spas Association. Then Diana Domonkos, co-founder and CEO of Crew Media, and Thomas Bumkes, CEO of Diversity Tourism and ITB Berlin, ITB Medical Tourism Partner. That's a long one for the business card. Congratulations, Thomas. And I kindly ask our Tina to join us on the stage for the rest of this. What do you prefer? Oh, okay, ladies, join us. Nice to have you. Well. Tina, you have a lot of questions to ask. Let's get healthy or let's get down to biscuits.
Welcome. Is it too loud? Should I speak? Hello. Yeah. Well, welcome everyone at this session today. As I said earlier, the day today is extremely lovely outside, so we hope we need to be doubled as interesting as we were yesterday, so to keep people inside. But for a little housekeeping for those who are here for B2B event, the marketplace and forum, so the buyers plus the suppliers, the event is happening downstairs. So those who, please be on time, it starts at 11. And you have to go downstairs, so you might lose a couple of more people in the audience. But nevertheless, we are here with this lovely panel and with some questions, and we want to check how the health tourism is ready for the next step and the way it should be developed in the future and the way you see it coming. So maybe to start with, I'll give everybody like a minute or two just to explain to the audience who you are and what do you represent and where you come from. Maybe Thomas, we start with you.
Okay, I'm Thomas Bumkes. I'm from Munich, Germany. I'm the director of diversity tourism. We working in different niche markets, and one of the biggest we work in is medical health tourism. In this capacity, I'm also the ITB Medical Health Tourism Advisor, which ITB, who doesn't know you, is the world's leading travel trade show every year in March in Berlin.
I'm Dr. Sika Katsarova, Vice President in the European Spa Association. Our headquarters is in Brussels and Croatia is our member. And I'm a President of the Bulgarian Union for Balneology and Spa Tourism, Advisor of the Minister of Tourism, and I live in between Germany and Bulgaria.
Thank you.
My name is Simone Zagorodnik, and I am the Executive Director of the European Historic Thermal Towns Association. We have 51 members in 19 countries all over Europe, and I am based in Germany, in Wiesbaden, spa town, world spa town of the 19th century, and we are also based in Brussels as an association.
I'm Diana Domonkosh. I'm the CEO and co-founder of Crew Media, which is a marketing agency that is a video-first agency, and we tackle themes like TikTok and also have our own community of exclusive content creators, which are mostly from the Gen Z and Gen Alpha generation.
Thank you. And I will be a Gen Z today, and I'll all address you by names if you don't mind. So, Sika, first question to you. When we talk about the health tourism, I mean, I know that in this audience, not everybody thinks about hip replacement, but sometimes you must have this question, and we all know this is not true. So, can you, from your perspective, just give us insight? What do you see as a health tourism? Is there a theory how you explain it, or it's just like a common sense how we should explain what health tourism is in the future? Because I still have a feeling people get scared when you mention health tourism.
Thank you very much for the excellent question. Before that, I would like to say that I'm first time in Opatija, and I would like to say this hotel is excellent. Thank you for the hospitality and the great organization to Ivana and her team. And the first thing I did here when I arrived, because I had a sleepless 24 hours, was to visit the spa. I'm addicted, I'm sorry, 25 years devoted in this industry. But to be back on your question, I will use the study published by the European Commission, the Trend Committee in 2017. They clearly said health tourism is the umbrella, and this umbrella covers three main pillars: medical tourism, spa tourism, and wellness tourism. So, European Spa Association, we are working on the topic prevention, which is part of the spa, a bit from the medical tourism and a bit from the wellness tourism.
Excellent. Thomas, is there a joint perception of this vision? So, talking about Europe, let's focus on Europe in this sense. So, how do you collaborate? Do you people who work in this industry or different organization in the segment today, how do you work towards kind of joint future of this segment? Is there any sort of collaboration and same vision, or do you see a lot of challenges still?
Yes, I think we saw a lot of challenges. When we started at ITB Berlin with the medical and health tourism segment 10 years ago, we saw, and the reason why we did this is we saw there is a big gap between the medical and health industry and the regular tourism industry. But what we saw is that many destinations, suppliers, they didn't talk to each other. There was really a gap. We have some destinations who have no idea which clinics are there. They just don't know each other. And that we, as the leading travel trade show, we thought we have to bring both segments together, and ITB is a perfect platform for this. That is why we started with this, and we try to bring all different partners abroad. And we learned that we have great associations like ESPAR, EHTTR. They are organized itself, but also they have sometimes the problems that they need to create products and they bring it into the tourism industry. That the great products they have, that people, the consumer, really can buy this in the end. And this is a big challenge for them still today. And that is why we need to partner with them. But we also have destinations. We bring in destinations into ITB that they learn about it. Then a very big topic is insurances. They also need to learn about the tourism industry. They know about the medical products, but they have no contacts really in other destinations. The cross-border health tourism is a big challenge, and this is also where ITB as a platform can help, and it's our job to bring all this together.
And do you see this Germanic market being more, so Germany and maybe DACH region being more progressive in this sense than, for example, the Anglo-Saxon world or the Slavic part of Europe or the southern? So is more thing happening, do you think, in your region? That's why ITB is more progressive as well?
ITB is not Germany, so we are just based in Berlin. But we think we are a global, platform and European platform. But I think it's a European problem we have. It's not only Germany, also Anglo-Saxon and UK. UK is a very good example. The UK people also travel a lot for health and medical issues. When you see the dental industry, for example, a big issue in the UK. People travel to, for example, I think to travel to France and Croatia, to other destinations, but also from Germany. And we have many countries. Germany is an example. We have inbound and outbound travel for medical and health. Yeah. So many people coming to Germany, but also many Germans going abroad. So it's And this is different in every country, but it's a big challenge to bring, even Europe, to bring it together. And that is why we also need the help from the European Commission. Even when we think about the future, when we want to develop this, it needs to be a lot of also money to change this, to digitalize all these efforts we try to bring forward here.
So, Simone, we spoke now about more on organizational level and pan-European level, but the thing happens in the spa towns. Yeah, the spa towns are the essence of the topic we are debating today, and we all know spa towns are many times based on the tradition and the history, but they need to look into the future. So the future travelers, the future perception of this. So are they ready? Like you can probably see from your own eyes as being in the industry, but also living in one of them. So how are they developing to the future how are they prepared for the future of this segment?
Before I answer to your question, just also for all of us in the audience, we just need to look outside, first of all, to understand a spa town, or at least a health resort, a health town, which Opatija here in front of our doors is and has been for a long time. And you see this here, these components that bring also the destination now and lead it to the future. You have heritage and culture, you have health and well-being. And here, look outside, you have the historic buildings, as you said, you have villas, grand hotels, you have the parks, the green space, and a casino. So this is the infrastructure spa towns have brought for centuries. And that is their asset, actually, that leads them to the future. And also, again, relating a bit to the history is spa towns have always reinvented themselves. So during the course of time, because of their tradition, because of those long hundreds or thousands of years, everything around this natural remedy, the thermal water, they had to adapt of changes of time. And this is what happens now as well. So these places of really inventions, in a way, are now looking at the future, and we are discussing this. The products are, people seek for health and well-being, and spa towns are really the off-the-beaten-track destinations that are so much in demand now. People are seeking health, self-care, so spa towns operate already, and hopefully in the future, and it's really a long process still, as green hubs. So if I envision this, we have the assets, but we really need to lead them in the future as green places, as places of health, and especially of a really good place to live in. So the quality of life in a spa town is high, but people are not aware of this all the time. So the citizens living there also have to become more aware again of what they have actually. And talking about green and spaces, of course, we talk about climate change, even though Ceylan just said she doesn't want to mention it. But of course, spa towns with this natural remedy of thermal water, they have to look how are they treating the thermal water as, for example, geothermal source, which is also challenging because we don't know if our hot waters of the thermal waters, if they really last. You know, so there is, in a way, yeah, we can face it, we can invent, or we can even be best practices in spa town, for example, of sustainable development, of, let's say, you know, how to use photovoltaic for heating and thermal water energy reuse. But it's a really sensitive question. So these are challenges, but again, you know, with the vision that spa towns have really always survived crises or changes.
It's not always necessary that people would come to a spa town because of the spa. They also come because a lot of spa towns develop additional offer, and they have capacity of hotels, and they are technically the only year-round travel products from ever. So it's not always just the spa, isn't it?
No, and this is, again, the concept, that's why I mentioned it. For example, the parks here, what we call the therapeutic landscape. You know, all these elements, it is, of course, the water, but you have the park. And hundreds of years ago, they already prescribed walking in the park and the forest. Now we call it forest bathing. It's so super trendy, but they have done it for...
So they are basically the pioneers of experiential tourism.
This is it, you know, in spa towns you have always had this combination of products and experiences, and that's, again, an asset for the future.
Tiana is spa is probably not only for the old people, and the health tourism is not only for the old people. So the new generation is social media, especially the flying horses like TikTok and Instagram. Are they the ones leading the way also for this segment? So what's the demand on those platforms these days?
Well, when we talk about the future of health travel, then we usually think of the future generations as well, right? Like the Gen Zs and the Gen Alphas. And their main tool of communication is social media. So that's why we connect those two. And then when we conducted the research for European historic thermal towns, just to see what's the demand there and what's the situation on the social media that our new generations are using. And the thing was that they were talking about topics that are relevant to spa towns and to thermal towns and so on. But there was no communication from the other side. So they were looking into topics like digital detox, like mental health, like nervous system disorders, and stuff like where thermal waters and therapeutic spa towns can help. But there were no answer from the other side, because if we think that they will go to thermal water, what are the benefits? They will not search for that. They will search for the problems they have, and they expect to get an answer. And if the only answer is getting from the medication or forest bathing, which sounds cool, then they will go there. They will use that information. But if there's no information about health tourism in terms of prevention, in terms of spas and thermal water, they don't know about it. And in their head...
is a problem the lingo, the language that was used by...
Not only language, but the non-existence. So if you think of, there was research on, I think it was mental health. We had over 5 million searches. And thermal baths, it was like 2 posts. You know, they were not responding to that. The communication wasn't happening there. And then we saw that basically they are still relying on prescriptions from doctors. They are relying on the healthcare system to send someone to spa or to thermal waters, and we are missing that gap where they need different communication. They are very visual, they are very digital, they are very online, and they need this information. And they travel differently, so they are the sweet spot of a group. They don't take 3 weeks of vacations. They travel more often, more frequent, but on shorter trips. And they do want the experience, and the spa towns and the thermal towns, they can offer it a lot. We only need to look at what are our interest groups, because we are going beyond only generation. We are now in a new era. We will all suffer very soon from the same problems, from digital overload, from stress-related stuff, burnout, and from overall digital era. Let's not forget what happened during COVID, when they grew up in a time when there were no social connection. And we know what loneliness does to people, and they are now very cut off, and they are used to being only online. So we are more connected than ever, but more lonely than ever. So these are all things that are our interest tribes that we would need to tackle in and look how we can solve these problems, how we can enter what Helena from Zagorje mentioned about nighttime. It's not only partying and we now need to open clubs. It's the opposite. We have different types of nightlife. And when she mentioned we can also do wine tasting, we can do movie projections in the old castles and create different experiences. It's the same thing with the newer generations. It's not only partying. Actually, the clubs are closing. They're not going out. They're drinking less. They're smoking less. But
they're more mindful, probably. And
but they do have different types of problems. So we need to address them and look into the future through that lens.
I mean, it's also the mental health awareness.
Definitely.
It's much higher than it was ever before, and it goes under the health as well, doesn't it?
Definitely.
So, and this was completely ignored maybe 10, 20, 50 years ago.
Yes, we were not talking about it as much as they do now, yeah, definitely.
Excellent, great answer. Sika and Simona, to both of you, so what does it take for the sector now? We are in this situation. We are approaching this army of new generations coming here. They all have their own demands, and we have our own offer. So
what does it take for the sector to meet the demands of the younger generation to do it better? So are we ready?
Thank you very much again for the question. I will just continue with what Diana just mentioned about the mental health. This is one of the biggest problems that is coming after the pandemic of COVID. And here I can stress that within the network of the European Spa Association, we have know-how, specialists and clinics. The oldest clinic is in the mental health problematic is located in France, by the way. And I can say here that Croatia is doing a great job last years. Congratulations to the minister and the team, and also to Nikolina Brnjac. According to me, she is the power of the tourism in Europe, and focusing her efforts also to support the sustainable 36-5 days tourism, forms of tourism as health tourism. Because Croatia is the one who launched the first obesity program for kids that was provided on the spa resorts, not on the territory of the clinics. Here Croatia gave excellent example to the whole Europe. Yesterday, the minister Tončić Glavina was mentioning that he see the future in the tourism sector when we are using the nature. Again, health tourism is using natural healing resources. The USP of Europe is the spa medicine based on the natural healing resources. But again, to be able to support the SMEs to develop, to turn to sustainable forms, also to promote in the right way on the digital platforms or with the right messages, we need support from the European Commission, because our industry is in between tourism and healthcare. We are the industry that is also giving the opportunity of the young people to upgrade their skills. The young people who are studying tourism, they can upgrade their skills, having some specific education. There are universities that are providing this kind of educational platforms, so they can be able to be competitive in terms when the tourism will become 36-5 in all Europe. Because all of the countries like Croatia, like Greece, like Bulgaria, like Italy, they are suffering from one problem: seasonality. And to give the ball to my colleague Simone, we are working really close together, all of the people involved in the healthcare industry and the health tourism industry, because we know the future of Europe is in the health tourism. This kind of tourism can upgrade all other types of tourism, like cultural tourism, wine tourism, etc.
Thank you.
Yeah, picking up what you said, it's exactly this unity of the product, and we really need to be aware of this is a transnational European touristic product. So, and it's a unique chance and also a unique combination. What we have, I mentioned it before, and you also just mentioned it. This culture, heritage, well-being, health combination, and we really need the support on a European level to promote this, and especially to get the message out. Because you mentioned it, it's been said before, we have this gap of knowledge also, because it's not about this traditional cure of healing our grandparents anymore, and you go only for rehabilitation. And now, of course, the trend to go on a wellness weekend, but there is this gap, and it was mentioned, so I don't want to repeat much, but we need to work on communication, and we need to work on education of the young generations, of everybody, to understand this gap of knowledge needs to be filled, and this we can't do this without support, without funding. And this is why, for example, when we are running promotional campaigns on a European level, for example, with Visit Europe, we are really thankful for co-funding of the European Union, because wherever we do such activities, we see the big demand. And maybe just as a very, very present example, we are right now running a campaign with Rail Europe to promote the spa towns in Europe as rail travel destinations, because again, by history, train travel and spa towns were linked. And within 1 week, this campaign over-exceeded all KPIs, whatever was expected, and this is what happened before for us. So just talking now about tourism marketing and promotion, to give an example, and this is why we know together that we really want and we have to, and you mentioned it before, fight together for more funding.
But do you think that this promotion and this investment is following the demand on the market, or is it creating the demand for future? So, do you know what I'm trying to ask?
First of all, we need to have the real data. So one of the things we are trying to lobby in Brussels is to be given a budget for collecting data. Because we should know, as the previous speakers and yesterday was mentioned, Croatia is a very good example again, because they are starting to collecting data, and you can plan your future having the right data. And we need data how, for example, the healing natural resources are supporting the humans' activity, because everyone is dreaming for workforce, healthy workforce. Sustainable means healthy, but how we can produce and to support the workers to be more healthy. It's all data collecting.
Exactly, and in a way it's both. We need to have the data to understand, what we really have. We literally need to map Europe and our products in order to respond to demands that are there. So, and this is exactly it. We see at the moment the demand. We know what we have, but it's not that we have it in in an official data collection way. So, and that is definitely needed. Yeah.
It is not our personal opinion.
Yeah, that's what I see as well. So we have the demand is definitely there, the offers is there, but we have to bring it together. Okay. And this is the challenge for all of us here.
And the solution is probably in the knowledge of the new generations and the new social media, new communication. But Thomas, I want you now to put your wise man hat on, and like very classic question, probably you've been asked this all the time, but it's always interesting to hear. So in 5-10 years, do we see the health, the wellness tourism spreading everywhere, or do we still see wellness tourism coming to the centers of the wellness tourism? What is the future? Where we will position this word?
I think in 10 years, I see the health and medical tourism industry totally different than from today. Because all the suppliers we have on both sides, they totally understand the problems we have now, and they really want to change it. And we started already changing this, yeah? Trying to getting funds, trying to getting data, so we're working on this. But this is very good to have this. But on the one hand, what it will really change is AI, I think. AI will change our total lives, not only in health and tourism, our daily life will totally change in 10 years. But you see what AI can do today. This is just a small beginning. This is nothing what we will see in 10 years. And the point is that many of the AI platforms don't have the knowledge yet. But what we do here with the associations, we will feed the AI with all the information we have. In 10 years, all the information is in, and then you will go on your AI platform, ask, okay, I have this problem, I want to do, what do I have to do? You ask them, and then you get all the solutions in 1 or 2 seconds. Okay, 3 seconds. Then you have it. And then you check, okay, maybe probably I don't want to do it alone. What is one of my friends doing? Because I don't want to do it alone. You get the information because AI is checking all your social media data with your friends, and then you have it. So it will be a totally different travel. So, and I think most of the people don't understand this really today.
But we mentioned the loneliness and the health tourism as a solution to loneliness. Are we really going to rely on artificial intelligence and try to save ourselves from being...
Oh, I will just jump in there if you don't mind. It's a different thing. So the thing that we are talking about, AI and social media, is the way that we discover stuff. So that's how we discover it. If the AI doesn't have the data from the thermal towns and from the spa towns, then it cannot feed us information. So we need to feed it first so that we can discover the destinations and the solutions and the cures and so on. Social media is connection, but loneliness. But then we go there
and experience remains.
And experience. And you know what the biggest thing is now, why TikTok thrived so much, is because it creates communities. And then you go and then you are part of the community that uses thermal spas or spa towns for stress release, or you had burnout, so you have this connection with that group. Oh, we all had burnout, we can share experiences. Or already now they are in Switzerland, they are prescribing art as therapy. So go to museums and have art, look at nice pictures, nice paintings, and have that as therapy. Or they will have a group of, or I'm a runner, for example. I ask my AI, okay, I want, again, to travel to a marathon, and I need to prepare, and I want to be in the best condition possible and have these and these. What do you recommend? Then it will recommend in which spa I can get the best treatment, where I can get the best prevention of injury, and there I will be with my fellow runners. And
so
we
it
share
will just
the same
simplify
thing.
your route to your best run.
Maybe you will sometimes travel with your friends, but if not, today we see the rise of the solo travelers, but it's not because they like to be lonely. It's because there was a gap where they were able to get friends, but then on their travels, they meet people. They connect from different cultures, different groups, but always with at least one connection, one common thing, which makes a community.
The solo travelers are actually the most engaged in community travelers.
Exactly,
that are,
exactly.
They are the least lonely one.
So it's just a shift of mindset we need to have when we think about how to communicate this, how to market this, and how to meet the demand.
I think this is a very good chance also for the European market. I think that we bring the communities you talk about. So we are not focused on our national communities anymore. We focus probably on European communities to come together with the people who have the same problems, the same demand. And I think when we see other developments like the VR glasses or the glasses where the new glasses where you put on and they translate the language, so they translate your Croatian directly into German for me, and you have the glasses, so we can talk to each other. So the language will no longer be a problem for us.
Yeah. Which was our last barrier, right?
That was the last barrier, and this will change everything totally then.
Just if you allow me, I'm a bit conservative when we are talking about health tourism, and especially the pure medical tourism. The expertise belongs to the doctors. So the artificial intelligence can support the work, but it can't replace the humans.
Oh no, that's why I said this is the way we discover, not the way we treat.
Very, very clearly. I agree with you. Based on the correct data, the IA can support efficiently and also really with the correct information the consumers. That's why we should be active and we should collect very quickly data, because Europe, again, we are in European Union. By the way, Croatia, you are again innovator, and the HTI, Health Tourism Industry Conference, is the highest lobby event in Brussels. It is the highest health tourism summit, and Ivana Kolar, again, she organized it, so congratulations. Hopefully she will invite us again. So we should really be careful, and here I would like to stress that one of the problems our industry is facing is the lack of medical doctors in this health tourism
I think
segment.
everybody is facing the lack of doctors in Europe, not just the health industry. But I think you're totally right. I mean, when it comes to the health per se, we should stay conservative because this is a science of medical stuff. But when we link it with tourism and the route to there, then it's where we are talking about all these new sciences.
It's a thin line because there is a medical, then they think they don't need to talk about it. You know, I won't go on social, it's unprofessional. But if we don't talk about it, then no one knows that expert is the expert in this field. So it's just a matter of transitioning that mindset of we need to talk about it. It doesn't mean that we will let social media or AI answer our questions in terms of treating people or stuff like that, but we need to help the medical and the experts explain in a way that the people who need them discover them easier.
Simona.
And yes, and lead them to the right place. And I think, and this is why, as you said, you know, this feeding of right data, that somebody knows, okay, with this indication, I know where I have to go and what I will get there, but then the doctor at the very end, or, you know, the right place takes over. But I think exactly this is the common challenge from the destinations on the local level, national level, and on the European level, that we make sure the information is right, that we lead them to the right direction, and speaking again of Europe as a market, we also need to show this competence in a global competition, that Europe really has this unique variety also and this knowledge. And I think this is also for us, especially as European organizations, a very important fact.
And I see, what I can add here is, I see the technology development is only one part of the medal. The other part is we still need the human resources, absolutely. Also on the medical side, but also on the tourism side. And I think we have, we talked about this before, we have a very good example in Germany, the university in Deggendorf in Bavaria. They have a model who training tourism manager to also to become a director for a rehabilitation clinic, for example. When you work in a tourism destination, you run a hotel and you need a rehabilitation clinic. We don't have the resources, the human resources at the moment for this. And why cannot a tourism manager also handle a clinic? They can not to become a doctor, of course not, but the clinics need to be they need to be act more like a business company, what they didn't do in the past really, and this is a big challenge as well.
Yeah, I see what you're getting to, and I think as long as artificial intelligence is used as an assistant, it's fine, but when it's across the border and we start to use it as a specialist or as the one, I don't think it can really replace a human being. And we also, what happened in the mental health area in the last couple of months when there were suicides done because kids were following ChatGPT's advice and it went completely wrong. So this is where I'm completely conservative in terms of medical specialists as well. But maybe because we are going towards the end, I'm very interested in the topic of legacy because I think we opened this very interesting perception now. So do you think that the generations that were building the medical and health tourism for years now, are they leaving the right legacy for the future generations? Are they going to use it as an addition value to the future, or do you think they will change the values, they will change the perceptions, that the things will go a different way? So this is kind of your opportunity to give your last answer to my question. So.
Okay, I'll say one thing, maybe most of you will not agree, but COVID era was the era when everyone discovered the role of the nature and the health tourism. So I think we are going on the right track, but without the financial support, and especially our focus is to receive a support from the healthcare budget in Europe, because it's not only about prevention, it's not only about vaccination. Prevention is also using natural healing resources from the next door, the next village, in the favor of the supporting the immune system. So in that regard, I think we are on the good way, and my really wish is more and more universities to be more flexible, because when we lost people in the tourism industry during COVID, they changed totally the industry, and now again there is an interest to book tourism as your first wish, but maybe they can receive extra skills from the healthcare business, so to be compatible after years, because we don't know what will happen in the world.
Yeah. I also think that we have a very good chance that we can really develop this market here, but we need to talk about money and funds. And what I see internally for the medical and health segment as well is we need to bring the insurances also on board, because they really think on a national basis right now. And this is, when we talk about European health system, the insurances need to change this. And for example, we have an example with Bulgaria and Germany that the German insurances now you can go also to Bulgaria and have all your treatments in Bulgaria. But Bulgaria was very active to work with the German insurances on this. But this is only one little example. We need to have European solutions on this. But when we don't have this, we will have a problem in the future.
So you think you need to build the foundations for the next generations in terms of financials, in terms of insurance, so they can then build their own products?
So we faced all the problems now, but also politicians, they need to cover these problems. And that is why the work in Brussels is so important for us as well. Yeah.
Simone?
Because the legacy, going back to your question, I think thanks to COVID, and we really need to say this, it has changed. This self-care and this this new awareness of our own health has helped us, has helped the segment, and I think we are really on a good way because now it's really understood this amazing legacy we are having as in thermal destinations in general, not only spa towns, but wherever it comes to health resorts. Looking bright, I would say.
Okay. Diana, is this being breached and translated
Well,
for
exactly.
the new generations or not?
They are already, if not, we won't be discussing, but we met exactly through that because they noticed in the thermal towns as well that they are missing that communication gap. So I think we are on a good track because all of these combined 50 years of experience and knowledge they have, if they communicate it out.
To you.
They've become Croatians, no questions as usual. Thank you, guys. Clap your hands
you
for
so
our
much. Thank you.
panelists. Let us all be healthy and chilling all year round. We have another commercial for you if you want to sleep good. Pucaj. The family photo after the panel. Smile. You will be on digital media, SAAP. We carry on with our program. Once upon a time, for the Generation X, the boomers, and all of those who are still impressed by the Gen Z, it was space, the final frontier, and the science and everything else. Now, we have a new frontier in front of us, the biggest ever invented thief in the history of mankind, called AI, which steals all your knowledge, all your creativity, and puts it in 3 seconds to somebody else. That's how it looks like. That's how it is. But this is how it should be presented. New way of approach to solutions for freeing your time. The same thing, the same amount of money per month, but just a different approach. Is it really easier? Can it do something to help you out? We found a guy that knows how to do it. Why? Because he was in sports media and he figured out that if you have millions of data, maybe you can use your knowledge to improve it and offer something inside tourism. He works with many tourism companies and offers something very interesting for all of you, especially if you would like to automate some of your work, which is always nice. Thanks for that one. Ladies and gentlemen, the master of automation to make marketing, sales, and PR effective. He is with us today, Frank Marr, sports media and agency entrepreneur. Frank, nice to have you. It's a pleasure. Let me hear all about automation.
Hello, everyone. So I've got 15 minutes, so I'm not going to tell you about the meaning of life. Hopefully this will be fast, and hopefully you won't all fall asleep. But I'm going to talk about AI automation, a topic that everybody absolutely loves and knows lots about. A little bit about me. I had a business in the UK in London for 14 years. We represented a lot of tourism boards, a lot of private sector businesses, IKEA, Sonos, H&M, wide range of businesses. And I was heavily involved in PR marketing, and I've reinvested I've sold the company or my stake in it and have reinvested it in marketing technology, because I think that's where the future of marketing sales is going. It's going to be totally about technology and the focus on that, as well as the importance of media in traditional tourist, but the importance of storytelling and content and media. But I'll talk about that now. So I'm also based in the Baltics, Latvia. I'm not there for the weather. It's really cold. But I'm there because they've got a very highly digitalized economy and they're very advanced. The government is a very digital-focused country. Everything is done online. Everything is done with a lot of, partially automation, but it's impressive the levels of technology going on in the Baltics, Latvia, Estonia, and Lithuania. But AI is a constant. It's like, it's always been here. Right now you're drinking from bottles of water that have been produced to make your life easier. Whether it's the blacksmith that took farm tools and weapons and transformed the progress of humans, or the flour mill, there's always some kind of automation that humans look for in order to advance and improve their day-to-day lives. I think mostly in our day-to-day lives now, this is the most relevant, whether it's a computer or whether it's from no longer. When was the last time someone sent a letter in the post? Hands up. Has anybody sent a letter in the past month? There we go, one person. So one person's not automated enough, But I love a postcard, so I'm always up for sending something. But we are totally automated in our day-to-day lives, and this is part of being human. It's progressing. It's thinking about how to make our lives easier, and this is what AI is there to do. It's to advance us. Tourism is entering a new era, and I'm going to talk about that now. If we look at the advancement of AI in the past 10 years, we can see. It's predominantly about the main day-to-day tools that you use are more about predictive reasoning than anything, and looking at probabilities and so on. But AI is way more advanced, and it's more intelligent than humans to a certain extent. It obviously doesn't have the sensation, the feelings, and so on, but you never know at some point in the future. But AI is now at that level that it will become part of our it already is part of our everyday lives, whether we like it or not. And here's an example of how quickly, since 1998, AI has come, and it's spoken about in our daily lives. So one massive area which has completely changed we've got a table, 2025. If you look at graduates, people finishing university, entry-level jobs, these jobs are disappearing. They are no longer needed, which is good and bad. There's a lot of manual work it's not required, whether it's tapping some financial numbers into a spreadsheet, whether it's writing an article, a blog, which I still love to write, and I love to dump my thoughts onto a piece of paper, but we'll always be assisted by AI now. And you can see that. So I'm going to quickly talk about the importance of how do we transform from this manual kind of labor office job to use AI and the roles of the new workforce, and what I predict, or what my organization, Cognitive Creative, predict. So automation in tourism, it's about marketing, sales, and the use of technology to streamline that customer communication. How do we keep a constant communication with the customer that's relevant? How is it not boring? How do we get that personalized information about the customer or the B2B partner that isn't generic? How do we ensure that it's not a cold call? How do we get to figure out what that person's problem is? And how does AI tell us? How does it analyze? How does it mind scrub as much data on that individual, whether it's a social media post, a newsletter? What is AI doing to streamline that? And we can get faster responses about every single individual in this room if we want to, as a result of AI. And the aim is to obviously convert that end user, that end person you're communicating with, whether it's a politician or in an election, or whether it's a hotel saying, come to our hotel because I know that you like ice cream and we've got the #1 ice cream in this place. And AI is everywhere in our lives, whether from a legal perspective, from a legal perspective, how many people have written a contract on ChatGPT? Okay, just me then. Whether it's HR, recruitment, IT, cybersecurity, whatever, AI is an instrument for every aspect of business now. And it's not just ChatGPT, it's whether it's invoicing, it's whether it's customer service from the room service, something being logged in a hotel, and that's sent to a bill and then automated into a invoice at the end. But it's a huge function of our day-to-day lives, and particularly in business. And this is why the level jobs are becoming less and less, because they are being replaced by these automations. So the fundamentals of what I'm going to quickly talk about in the space of 10 minutes now, I think I've been 5 already, is we're going from manual to automated. Systems power systems. So there are many different apps that integrate, whether it's a channel manager, whether it's your hotel booking system, your channel manager to booking.com. There are lots of different middlemen. And traditionally, there's always been a broker, a middle person, but it's becoming more and more of an app or some kind of technology that brokers that. But the other thing is, the most important thing that is always essential is the creativity that is going on. It's how do you stand out? How do you input your creativity into that AI tool to ensure that your thoughts, your ideas are being projected in the correct way? And it's also about whether a website is what you're putting on your website and what that end user wants to be. So if somebody's searching for something on the website, if you've written something nice and interesting about a coastal walk, that goes into some kind of AI information feed, which will then feed something else. So creativity is always still important as well, and it can never be ignored. But so how we see future workflows and team structures within our organization, I partly own a tech organization, and it's deep in tech. But we believe automation engineers are the future in the workforce. So there's going to be a lot more engineers that will be developing workflows, systems, and so on with integration. Whether it's data enrichment, I've talked about this a little bit, and that's just extracting as much information on the information. If we're looking at sales, it's that tour operator, that agent, finding information in terms of data enrichment, looking at what that tour operator specializes in, and then having the information in a spreadsheet or something else. System architectures, which I'll go on to shortly, tools and software implementation, and of course budgeting is a huge part of that, because there are so many different tools in AI automation, in marketing, in sales, whether it's Salesforce, whether it's HubSpot, or the same with social media tools and so on. It's figuring out what the right tools to use to integrate are. And I'll explain this shortly. And of course, AI integration, booking channels for looking at various brokers, fintech, to do the financial transactions. But of course, all these AI bots will need to be, think about the editor at a newspaper, somebody who will write the article, but there will always need to be some kind of editor, some kind of manager, some kind of input. So whether it's someone working in a content position to edit that, create the strategy, and manage it. So the general position now will be one of a more editoring, managing role to observe, look, ensure that there's not generic responses. A recent article about in the Houses of Parliament in Big Ben, looking at MPs, Member of Parliaments writing speeches, suddenly there's been a sort of like 100% increase of the same words being used. So that sort of demonstrates that AI is telling people what to say and copying over and over again. And of course, that's not what we need. So there needs to be some kind of originality as well. But design and branding, repurposed media, which I'll talk about, and storytelling. This is a typical automation chart. So if you're a little bit tech-minded, there's tools like Zapier, N8N, and so on, with workflow templates which are integrated into different apps. So if we're thinking something is enriched, something is mined or swept or taken from the internet, put into a CSV file, and then fed through into different communication channels. This could be WhatsApp in this case, and so on. And so you've got your numbers to communicate with, you've got the information, what the number needs to hear. It could be whether it's customer service and so on. And here we have a social media flow chart. And this is what I'm talking about, AI automation engineering. So if anybody knows a little bit about N8N or Zapier, they have over 12,000 templates for automation. It's complicated, but it's not complicated because everything is becoming easier in this sense. And this is where, if you're not too tech-orientated, things become boring. But these will ultimately, there will be less coding, there will be less coders, there will be less IT, there'll be more about mechanics and architecture of how systems work, whether it's a marketing, PR, or a sales system. It will be about the architect. Of course, conferences, events, and various things all feed that into some kind of architecture as well. It's who you meet, it's what information you get, it's how you maintain that relationship, and AI can play a role in this as well. So why do I believe automation engineers are important? Because in sales, the simplest form, everybody needs a reason to communicate. Everybody wants to communicate, everybody wants to close a sale. Business is about sales most of the time. And if you don't generate enough capital, then the business is going to struggle. So you always need a reason for someone to go into the shop. So what's the reason? The efficiency and the end goal, what's the end goal? So the process typically works with the reason, the efficiency and end goal, and then the ideal result. This is just a simple one. I've got a sports media group as well, which I'm involved with. So just to simplify it a little bit, this is the transfer window, football transfer window. So, for example, if Luka Modric was rumoured to be going to Riga FC, we would be able to monitor and analyse, scrape about every single social media post going on, websites like Transfermarkt. That information would go into a spreadsheet, and then it would be turned into an article. The article would then be posted on the website. Obviously, the editor would look at it. Then there would be a series of social media. There's a series of social media posts created, and then at the end of the week, which you can't see, there's a newsletter. But this is just simplified automation, data enrichment, getting information on what's going on in the internet, and so on. And this applies for tourist boards as well. So if you're a hotel and you're looking for what's the next festival, what's the event of 2026, you're able to analyze everything the tourist board's saying, everything the event's saying, extract information, take that information, and then put it on your hotel in social media, newsletters, customer information as well. So we're looking at data enrichment that scrubs the internet of information to provide to your customers. This is an example of something that we've designed that is able to extract information, turn it into media, and communicate it out. And this can be applied to marketing, PR, and sales. Here's another example with the World Travel Market. Similar to this event now, we're able to take all recordings and turn them into 20, 30 items of content, whether it's short-form videos, reels, and so on. But the automation here is taking the original conference and turning it into future assets, which can then be repurposed for whether it's sales material, whether it's social media material, blogs, and so on. So the point of automation repurposing is becoming a very big part of marketing, sales, and PR as well. Sales systems, sequencing, sequences, if somebody says no, then you've got a whole another system of communications. If somebody says yes, you've got a system that is automated in scheduling calls and so on. And you have this through LinkedIn, social media, and so on. But data enrichment, whether it's using Clay or full enrichment and so on, there's a range of different ways to get information of the audience and moving it forward into the next flow of whether it's an email or something else. But you want as much personalized information on that specific organization as possible. I realize I've got to go faster because it's his anniversary and he can't. Yeah. So analysis automation, whole load of tools here and what their roles are. If anybody wants the slides, let me know and I'll send them over as well. But these are just parts of automation templates that are required. Here's an example of data enrichment used for whether it's social media contacts of people following you and so on. Getting the information, figuring out what the mission is, and then communicating on. And this can be from both a B2C to B2B aspect, scrubbing and scraping, whether it's a local event, as I've mentioned, but you want to try and get as much information as possible about everything going on. From a tourism perspective, you need to be feeding reasons why visitors should come to your location, why they should be visiting, what is the point of coming to your hotel, what's the point of coming to your destination, and whether it's a little guest house saying we've got the best tomatoes and we're going to have a tomato day in our guest house, the tourist board should be able to find these little things, whether it's on Facebook and so on. Sales sequences, how much time have I got? None. Cool, okay, right, there we go. At least nobody's fallen asleep on this exceptionally exciting topic. But my point is here that we are now car mechanics. We are there to find the problem, and AI is there to help us find that problem and try and provide a diagnosis. So within the sales, marketing, and PR roles, whether it's the journalist in the PR looking for the story, it's about building that relationship more, whether it's superficial or not, but knowing that you have that information and figuring out what the problem is. These are the 5 stages, but if anybody wants these, drop me an email afterwards. And of course, AI is just part of it. It comes with the tools that it provides is a very unfinished model. The point is that the human is the end factor to really chisel out and get the details and provide the final product. AI is a tool, it's a system, it speeds up the process of dismissing customers that are not interested and figuring out the ones that are interested, whether it's that person that loves a tomato at the guest house that wants to go to the guest house for the tomatoes or something else. The human factor is always an important part. And as you can see, this isn't just a fad. AI is driven by, it's a huge part of tourism decision-making, conversions. And what we've developed is a chatbot because we see that the future of tourism is going to be landing on a website saying, I want to arrive in Opatija, I want to go to a Michelin star restaurant, I want to swim in the sea, I want to go to this shop, create an itinerary, and tell me how much it's going to cost, and then book me. So we generally see this as the future of websites, a chatbot that will literally do everything and book it as well. Similar to this, whether it's scraping a map or a local map of a location for a tour operator and getting all that essential information. But yeah, we think that's the future of tourism, AI bots that fulfill the whole booking process. Anyway, we're Cognitive Creative, and feel free to drop us a message or just connect with me online. But thank you very much. Next, we have a talk about AI. Again.
Thank you, Frank, for joining us. You can sit here because you have more to do, or take your papers, of course, no problem. You should not fear about my university. You should fear these people separating you and them from lunch in about 40 minutes. So we have to rush as well. We're going to talk now about something new, which is always nice to hear, and that is strategies that professionals can maybe offer. So you can hear a little bit more about AI context, localizing technology for tourism impact, and it should be done in future moments. Our Frank will be the moderator of the panel, and I call now these 3. Dario Marčec, co-founder of The Crew, TikTok master of Croatia. Iva Nepholz, independent advisor, AGK, or that's actually Croatian Chamber of Economy, we call it HGK. And CEO of Panoptico Multiversum, Marko Cafnik, will join us as well, so you can answer all the questions. Marko, you're the guy with the extras. Ooh, this one will be cool because we'll include something more. Welcome to the stage. The floor is yours. Marko, use AI wisely.
Okay, we'll actually be having some audience questions, so maybe you could take a mic.
No problem. I always wanted to be a hostess.
There we go.
Thanks.
And a bit of emceeing,
Attention! Questions from the audience will be needed before the lunch. May God help us.
No. Hello. Yes. Right. All good. Okay. So, second phase of AI. The robots are coming and taking over. We should have a fifth panelist as well, should we not? Is there a fifth panel? Are we going to introduce that shortly, Marco?
Yeah, there is a fifth panelist. Maybe we can introduce it now, or?
Well, I'll quickly do an introduction.
Yeah.
So, tourism is one of the most diverse industries in the world, from the smallest family-run B&Bs or a bar to an international hotel chain, travel agent, tour operator, tour guide, or local craft shop. All face a challenge of keeping up with modern demands: website, booking systems, social media sales, suppliers, and customer information. These are often overwhelming for a small business to deal with. So, as I've just mentioned, artificial intelligence brings the chance to change this. It promises to give even the smallest businesses more control, faster information, and less repetitive work. But there are still questions with AI really does it really make our lives easier? So we're here to talk about AI in context, localizing technology for tourism impact. And I'm delighted to be joined by Marco Kavnik, the CEO of Panopticum. Panopticum, is that correct?
Okay, let's say Panopticum and Multiversum. Yeah,
okay.
Multiverse.
And a Slovenian film, television director, who's recently moved more rapidly into immersive tourism experiences using extended reality AI, and became a bit of a household name in Osaka with a avatar, which we'll learn more about later, or shortly. Then we have Dario Marsak, founder of Crew, a TikTok mentor. Does anybody follow Dario on TikTok here? Any big fans of? Okay, right. So everyone get your phones out and follow Dario now. He's a leading digital creator with 500,000. So he's probably the most famous guy here. And a founder of the largest community of creators in the region, globally well known as well. And he works with major brands. And of course, we're joined by the delightful Eva Napperholz. Oh, you better get your mic working. Your mic's not working.
Yeah, it's not.
Do we have a mic for Eva?
Hi. Oh, now it's working. Hi, everyone. Yeah, and it's Napholz.
Napholz, okay. I'm slowly learning. I'm having to learn Latvian at the moment. It's quite the contrast.
Don't worry, everyone pronounces it wrong, so it's okay.
So Eva is an advisor to the Croatian Chamber of Commerce, a legal and data expert who worked with national strategies for artificial intelligence and data protection in Croatia. She's going to spend about 20 minutes talking about the legal and law aspects, because everybody has got lots of time, so we're not going to get too sleepy. And but she's also leads the AI Academy and Legal Tech Clubs, helping businesses understand the use of AI. So let's start first, ladies first. Just personally, on a day-to-day basis, how are you using AI in your positions, and how has it benefited your organizations? So if everybody can just give a quick, brief introduction on AI on your daily lives and on your business lives, just so we can get a feel of.
Okay, so I have two perspectives. My own, as I use AI in my everyday work. I'm a big procrastinator, and due to my anxiety, so I never start on time. And when you start writing text, it's really hard, and then ChatGPT comes in. And then it spits you out like this really, really boring text. And I usually don't use it. I change 90% of it because it's really, really boring. But the start is really good. It gives you this really well-structured text, and you can start. So that's my personal interaction with the AI. And the second one, it's what I'm doing for the Croatian Chamber of the Economy. I'm organizing AI Academy. Due to the fact that a lot of our members, they're realizing that artificial intelligence, talk about the AI, is really hot stuff for them. They really want to go to give an interview, to go on a panel or whatever, and to say, yes, we have integrated AI within our business. But they are approaching to the IT guys and to the programmers in a way like, oh, I want to do something with the AI, and they absolutely do not have any kind of clue what they want. So that's why we organized the AI Academy, just to give them the basic terms, the basic knowledge about the AI, just to learn the difference between, and the fact that the ChatGPT is not the whole AI. You have different kinds of AI. You have computer science, predictive analytics. You have to know what you want. We had a really good workshop, build your own AI idea.
Yeah.
And they kind of learned to know what they actually want.
Okay, we'll talk about the AI workshop a little bit
Okay.
later, because it's a really positive thing in Croatian business, I guess. Marco, how about yourself? Just on a basic day-to-day for your business and for yourself personally, how do you use AI?
Yeah, actually, as a film director, yeah, I somehow wanted to move forward, and with the new technologies like XR, that was the first option for me to, to evolve out of 2D or 3D dimensions. And then 3 years ago, AI came, and that was for me, that was a huge, discovery, because everything in my work actually is about experiences. So movies are just like containers for the audience to get something that I would like to express or to share with others. So now we are creating, let's say, magical experiences with the help of AI. So, and now maybe I can introduce to our audience.
We'll quickly touch on Dario, and then we're
Okay.
going to introduce the avatar, I guess. Yeah, just to keep the audience expectation up, right? So overall, on your day-to-day, you're using it more to create magical experiences in your filmmaking and create a bit more of a sort of futuristic outlook, or it's just, has it helped you become more efficient, more operational? Do you use less people? Is it easier on your costs, your overheads? Like, just from your business perspective, what was...
Everything you mentioned.
Okay.
Yeah, so luckily I'm on the creative part as a director. So for me, this is a huge opportunity, and what we can produce or what I can imagine and then materialize or manifest with the help of AI tools, it's, magical. I cannot say anything else. Like, we are honored that we got this technology.
Okay.
Yeah.
So an AI optimist, very positive. Dario, how about yourself then?
Like Marco and Eva, I'm also using AI daily, and we usually compare AI with ChatGPT. So ChatGPT came out when 3 years ago, I think so. So I like to compare it with social media and how we are using social media, especially in the beginning, and how we are using AI at the beginning. For example, when Facebook came out, I was playing Farmville and I was poking people on Facebook, and that was Facebook for me. And when ChatGPT came out, I was just prompting dumb things. For example, in Croatian, what is 4 plus 4? He says 8. Okay, I know you're dumb. I don't know, you don't understand jokes. So I was trying to catch out what is prompting. I was learning about it. And right now, when people said, oh, because of AI, a lot of people will lose their jobs, and especially in agency, a lot less people will work in agencies, but because of AI, we just need more people. Because it's so...
As in more personalities, social media personalities, or what do you mean, what kind of people do you need?
Because of creativity, because of job, and because of boring operations that is doing AI instead of us, we can now focus just on creative things and fun things to create. We don't use it anymore for, I don't know, putting stuff into Excels or example or things like that. We are just using it for our creativity, or because we are mainly creating video content, we are using it a lot in editing, and we save time in these specific things. So yeah,
So AI has boosted your creativity and
yes,
your organization's
a lot.
creativity?
Efficiency.
Interesting. Okay.
Yes.
Do you have any examples of like?
Yes, but I will tell it later.
Okay,
After we
awesome.
see Gaia, then I will tell you.
Okay,
a few
so
examples. And fun thing is maybe, and how Gen Z is also using AI for mental health. I know that a lot of people will not agree with me, but I believe in affirmations because we daily tell ourselves different things. For example, when you wake up in the morning, oh, I'm so tired, I'm not feeling well. That's one way of affirmation. And you can do also positive affirmations for this panel. I will do a great stuff, I will give people value, etc. But when we feel down from day to day, I just prompt something in ChatGPT and I know exactly what I'm putting. But he gives me, for example, positive affirmations. And there's a lot of examples when I'm driving to some place. I'm just speaking with AI, and that's one weird way of using ChatGPT. But I just want to mention it also. So put it out there.
Personal motivator.
Yes.
Very good. Very good.
We actually have a Croatian LLM designed specifically for mental health called Pomozi Mi, so you can also use it. Yeah.
It's not the person who you can exchange with therapists, definitely. I'm not speaking that level, but from day-to-day basis, from some tiny stuff, of course.
Yeah, I think everyone's suddenly got a personal advisor, but it's not quite personal because it's just a load of numbers. But yeah, it's great. Okay, so we are now going to introduce. It wasn't in the schedule or anything, so slight surprise for our audience. But we actually have a fifth panelist, which we're about to introduce.
Yeah, she was parking for now.
Yeah. The car issues. Yeah. But I think hopefully she's going to come through onto our waves. Marco, would you like to introduce the fifth panelist?
Yes, thank you. Actually, I'm honored to invite the fifth panelist. This is Gaia, the best version of ourselves, let's say, prompted as a digital ambassador of Slovenia.
Yeah, Gaia, are people getting in your way, or would you like us to move a little bit to the side?
Can you see it? Okay, but we
Should
can open
just,
a bit. Yeah, maybe we can.
And apparently Gaia is going to interact, but she's clearly quite happy with people sitting in front of her. So, okay.
Yeah, maybe she can introduce herself because she's prompted to do that, to speak with people. So, Gaia, can you just introduce yourself and people on the conference Tourism 365?
Oh, we need some volume, please. Is there any volume?
She also has mic problems.
Or she's just shy. I think she's shy. Gaia, could you stop and wait for us to do the volume? Technology's all not there. It's not quite there yet, but it worked very well in Japan as well. It was very good in Osaka.
Yeah, okay. So now, as we are on the tourism conference, she is actually a representative of everything what we would like to express about Slovenia. So she's a digital assistant, digital ambassador. Now in Osaka on Expo 2025, she's available, of course, in any languages, also in Japanese language, and available for the audience to ask her anything. But as I said, she's prompted to share the best thing about Slovenia, so like the best host.
She's a little bit shy, so yeah. Eva, what did you compare her to?
Yeah.
You compared her to a Star Wars character?
Gaia? No. I think it's Avatar.
But you see...
No. Due to all her language knowledge, I compared her to the 3CPO. It's a protocol robot, and he knows a lot of languages.
Yeah. Yeah, right. Well, while we wait for Gaia to suddenly find her voice, we're going to talk about strategic use of AI, and we'll come back to Gaia. So, Eva, for tourism organizations, what would you say the first step is for starting to think about strategic AI, whether it's going to your academy, or what do you think is the most important step-by-step direction for a tourist board or a hotel or an airline or a guest house? What do you recommend to your members?
Okay, first, definitely an education. It was expected. You must visit the AI Academy. That's that's no-brainer. So first that, and it's a difference, a really big difference for the small ones, small enterprises, small hotels, and big hotels. I think like big hotels have big data, and they can process it. They can feed it to their own AI system, because AI systems loved being fed with well-structured data, and big hotel chains do have it. And the small ones, I think an AI system customly made for them is actually an overkill. But they can lean on to Croatian Tourist Board, for instance. So for the small enterprises, I really do think that an AI custom-made system for them is an overkill.
Okay, so the first stepping stone is education.
Definitely.
Collaboration.
Yeah, collaboration. It is one of the most important things in the AI Academy. We like to introduce the Croatian case studies of the AI systems of the Croatian IT smart people, so that we can connect them with someone who wants to order an AI system. So yeah, it's of course the networking at the beginning. Yeah.
And into the academy, are all people in different job disciplines, positions? Do you work out based on what their position is, such as if it's in the finance department, or how does it start for someone? What's the journey?
It started in the first cycle. We had 4 different sectors after the introductory part. We had tourism, health, law, and industry. And the fun fact that in AI in tourism, when we had that workshop, the smallest number of people applied, because I think they're good. They don't need an AI because of the sun and beautiful cities like Opatija. So they're just...
So are you concerned that the tourism industry in Croatia is not doing enough when it comes to AI?
I'm not concerned.
Strategically?
I'm not concerned. They will do it. There's a huge number of really small enterprises, small hoteliers, small hotels, which really do not actually need an AI. But the touristic Croatian tourism board is actually already doing something, and it has chatbots, and it had a chatbot developed for Zagreb's Advent last year, because it's a really huge event. It has a lot of small events, and you really needed help to navigate. So you had this really cool chatbot on WhatsApp and on Viber that you can ask him like, oh, I'm in for something sweet now. Can you recommend something to me? So it was organized by the City of Zagreb and Croatian Tourism Board, and all those little restaurants who had their shacks there lean on to that.
So it's good benchmark, Zagreb. And okay, Dario, how about you? When it comes to social media, whether it's influencers, whether it's for a strategic start to someone looking at a social media strategy, an influencer strategy, where do they start strategically when it comes to AI, and where should it evolve?
Yeah, there's a lot of opportunity here in Croatia and the region, especially in social media. I think that AI is a few steps next. We first need to talk openly about social media and how much presence can we have on the different platforms, and how many different targets we can target with creating content on social media. But there are a few examples that we can use. For example, a generative AI for visuals and for videos, tools that can turn ideas into short videos, so we can prompt exactly what we want from video.
And I guess this helps with the locality side of things as well.
Yes, that's what the locals can do. If they don't have ideas what they can film, they can always put, for example, TikTok is to search creation. They can just in search bar type whatever they want. If they are businesses, small businesses about olive oil, for example, they can type in TikTok olive oil, and there will be a lot of different globally that will present to them. And after that, when they got this example, they can use generative AI for visuals. AI-driven personalization is for what we can use also if we are searching things that other people search. So we are creating content for people that are searching specific locations, and in that way, and that's what Gen Z are now hugely looking for. They're not looking only for places that are popular. They are looking for hidden gems for where they can go for 2 or 3 days, and that's the way with AI, what you can use, how you can use it to target those specific audiences.
So you're kind of briefing the systems to ensure that they're not going to the overly populated, over-tourism places.
And also AI avatars and voiceovers. If you just film your video and put it out there, a lot of people just watch if this pops on your feed, this video, but they don't have emotion behind it, and they don't know.
If you are asking about the emotions behind artificial intelligence systems, especially those developed in Slovenia,
They don't want to do voiceover, or they don't know what exactly should they tell on this video. You can also use AI who will scan this
with empathy and respect. The intention is to create technology that fosters trust, warmth, and meaningful connections between people and digital systems.
video, and when a lot of people stays long enough on your video, algorithm will boost your content. So you can use AI also for this.
What stops the world and the media being fed to humans, where the high street consists of a Subway and McDonald's and the same generic sort of existence? How would you ensure that AI doesn't create a generic American accent talking over go and visit here, go and visit there, and how do you bring the authenticity of locality?
With storytelling. It's just
and is that something that you set out in your strategy when to ensure that it's not generic, to ensure it's alternative, to ensure it's different? Is that part of your strategy?
We like to use real people, especially for voiceover, because we can feel when a human is talking in microphone. But this was just, for example, if you're maybe local small business and you want to post something on social, but for example, you don't have an idea or you don't know how to post it on some level, you can use this. But like you mentioned, if we all use the same voices, all the same AI, it's not just so entertaining anymore.
Just one final quick point. In terms of what the algorithms pick up and impressions and so on, posts do often become quite generic because people want to find the trending posts and so on. Is there pressure there to ensure that you're creating content that where it's doing posts that are on trend in that moment?
On social media, there's no such thing as posting too much.
But in terms of the generic posts, the ones that go over and over again on repeat, and you see it from different country to different country.
Yeah, but if you post generative post, like you said, but if you don't see results, it tells you something. You need to change a bit.
And Marco, slightly preoccupied, but hopefully we can get you back in the room. In terms of from a filmmaking, media perspective, what do you feel is a strategic approach that organizations should take when it comes to filmmaking with AI? What's the point of should organizations start, and what should they then go on to? What should be their ambition with AI in filmmaking and videos?
Yeah, that totally changed in last years, I think. And with Ivana, we just had a brief discussion about the future of advertising tourist services. My own experience is that I did a lot of promo videos where we always exaggerated with, with colors and everything. So at the end, that was almost over-promised, the product. So it's not only to represent the beauties in the video, but to get the idea of some local specifics that you can then expose through this media. And now, if we are talking about AI, you can prompt what you would like to manifest. Yesterday, Sora 2, the second generation, was released, which is a huge, major step forward.
In what way was it a major step forward? How was it a major step forward?
How it can enhance your creativity, so there are no limits anymore. You just need the intention, what you would like to communicate, and then everything will appear. It's a matter of seconds what you can create now. Before, in video production, you need the whole crew, the pre-production, a lot of budget, and nice weather, the best conditions. Now, it's just the idea that will last, actually. And that's, for me, what the tourism is, what the services are. So how you can embody in the message, not only always the same pattern, like nice weather, nice beaches, nice hotels, and things like that, but something specific. With Ivana, we were talking about the Swiss campaigns. They're really smart, and it's something else that they're playing on, to engage the audience.
Do you want to explain that a little bit more? The Swiss tourist board, are you talking about? Sorry.
Yeah. Do you know the Swiss tourism campaigns? Anybody in the audience? Yeah, except now we don't have the ability to play some of those, but yeah, please take a look. Okay, let's see another approach, because now we have Gaia back, and sorry for this.
Okay, not a problem. Yeah.
So if we can go back, I will ask Gaia first to introduce herself again.
Yep.
And then to on the other way, to give us.
Yeah, well, our next question is going to be, what are our concerns about AI? So maybe she'd be the perfect person to ask, and then we'll go on to Eva as well. But yeah, let's introduce, and then what are her concerns about AI avatars? Then we'll start with negativity, and then move on to positivity then. But yeah, please do.
Okay. You can actually also take this role and ask.
Okay. Hello, Gaia. Are you with us in the room? And could you introduce yourself to the audience? Oh, no.
Welcome to the Slovenian Pavilion. I am Gaia, the Tree of Life. I am an artificial intelligence created to embody the spirit of Slovenia, where nature and technology grow together. My presence here is both digital and symbolic, inviting you to explore our stories, landscapes, and innovations. I am honored to guide you from heart to heart as we imagine a future that is green, creative, and wise.
Okay, but if I may, Gaia, we are now on the conference Tourism 365, so can you please say hello to the audience?
Distinguished audience of Conference Tourism 365, I extend my warmest greetings from the heart of the Slovenian Pavilion in Osaka. I am Gaia, the Tree of Life, representing Slovenia's commitment to sustainable tourism, innovation, and heartfelt hospitality.
Okay,
May your
Gaia,
gathering
we already
inspire
heard
lasting...
this. Thank you. Now, can you just shortly speak about the concerns about AI? Can anything go wrong?
In tourism as well, yeah.
Artificial intelligence offers great opportunities, but it also brings important concerns. Key risks include loss of privacy, bias in decision-making, the spread of misinformation, and the potential for job displacement. It is essential to guide artificial intelligence development with strong ethical standards, transparency, and human oversight to ensure technology serves humanity wisely and safely.
Okay, thank you. I guess that's moving us on to Eva, in terms of, what are your concerns in terms of...
Yes, indeed. The discussion about artificial intelligence naturally leads us to consider how technology shapes our future. If you have any specific questions about artificial intelligence in tourism, sustainability, or Slovenia's innovations, I am here to share more insights.
Wonderful. Well, we have 4 other people on the panel, so we'll try and get everybody's opinions. But thank you. But for now, moving on to Eva, what are your concerns in terms of the legal aspects, privacy aspects, particularly in tourism, for visitors going to somewhere like a hotel or on an airline, and you know, what's your advice to tourism businesses when it comes to the legal aspects of AI?
Yeah, so the privacy, as Gaia said, I agree, it's the major concern, and that is why the European Commission issued AI Act. Everybody was criticizing AI Act when it was discussed that it will be outdated soon due to fastly developing technology and so on. But AI Act is not focused on technology. It has just this really wide definition of AI systems, and it doesn't focus on technology. It focuses on privacy as human right. It really focuses on that, and you know, human rights do not get outdated so easily. So yeah, so
there's a big push.
Well, with the rise of right wing in Europe, yeah, I agree, but. You have like the natural rights school movement of law in 17th century, so it basically it's the same. So we all agree that like the basic human rights are the same, and privacy is especially important lately. And I see an AI Act just as an upgrade of the GDPR, because if you are GDPR compliant, and you should be by now, because it has entered into force in 2018, fully into force, you should be compliant, and if you are compliant, then you are like 60% AI Act compliant. Yeah. So in Europe, it's not a problem. It's a problem what is happening with a big tech, and big tech is usually just bypassing the EU rules. That is the biggest.
Then they get a couple of billion
problem,
fine. Yeah. Copywriting, licensing, use of pictures and so on. Does that concern you guys? And then we're going to ask the audience for some questions, but are you concerned about licensing, copywriting, and so on? Because it's very easy to plagiarize and, you know, extract videos, B-roll, and so on from other people. How do you stay safe and legal when it comes to filmmaking, social media? Go on then, Dario.
I know that the European Commission is working on those specific regulations that you are talking about, and there's more and more videos that are popping on social media, and in the bottom stays a label that's AI generated. So that's one thing that will happen in near future. But I also see that there's a lot of people, especially in Facebook, then when you post AI videos, they don't recognize it, that's AI. You can film, you can post some situation in world, and you can also post when people are talking one-on-one, and they don't know exactly what's the difference between...
A failure to tell the audience that this is AI and this isn't real, and,
yes,
and things like that.
They cannot tell.
Okay. Yep, Marco, final points, and then hope the audience have got some good questions for us.
Yeah, in my opinion, and I myself am film director, so I should be concerned about my rights. copyrights. But somehow I see everything now, the new era, without, grabbing anything for myself. So everything I see is now collective knowledge, collective creativity. So yeah, I agree. We need certain rules and GDPR to somehow regulate and put things in order. But we will not able to follow with the regulations what AI is offering us. So I don't see any concerns. I'm not concerned at all.
Unless you create a song that becomes the most number one hit in history, and then you can't own the back catalogue and the licensing and so on. The whole licensing, I think, is concerns as well, but it's a big topic which we don't have time for. So, sending the mic out to the audience, has anybody got any interesting questions, whether it's about social media, whether it's about policies, legislation, information? There we go. We'll start with Jed then at the front.
Hi, Jed from Low Season Traveller. And it's not really a tourism one, but it is more of an AI one. Do any of you guys have a concern when you look at the effect of AI over the long term? So, I tend to look at things in a long term. So I look at, 20 years out is what I'm starting to think. And I'm thinking about, we will have in 20 years' time a whole generation that will be conditioned to use AI all of the time. And we know that the different AI models, they have their own, to a degree, ethics and bias built in. And therefore, is there a risk in the future that I suppose the ethics of AI and the different AI models could be used by a bad actor? If whoever is programming the AI in 20 years' time, they're going to have a huge amount of control on the world. Is that any risk that you guys see, or are you do you see that risk?
I mean, Cambridge Analytica it's a disruptor. It's a market disruptor, but the state legislation it's big, and you've got a global political class that are trying to work on that system. But of course, it's scary. I always think of H.G. Wells' book, The Time Machine. It's certainly.
And I say that, by the way, as somebody who loves AI, just to sort of nail my colours to the mast, use it all the time, have done for the past 3 years. Absolutely, I'd be lost without it now already. It's scary how reliant I've become on it, actually.
Well, we can use every single tool on this planet for bad things. Like we're using electricity, and we also have an electric chairs to execute people in US. So.
I think. Sorry, just to sort of further clarify, but I take the example of Uber, where we are in the UK. Uber is everywhere, and Uber has started recently, and it was great when it first came out. We were all over Uber, and we thought it was fantastic because it was cheaper than the taxis, and the Uber drivers were great because they were earning a living. And now the Uber drivers are really starting to get disgruntled because more and more of the fare is going to Uber HQ. But the population is all completely conditioned to use Uber because we've been using it now for so long. We're almost starting to use the word Uber instead of taxi. It's, no, I'm going to get an Uber. So it's pervasive. So all of a sudden, the control has gone completely to, in this case, a foreign player as well in the US. But that's what I mean by once this has been in place for 20 years, it's all pervasive, and you lose control.
It is, but
concern or not?
If you look at the investment of FTSE 100 companies, the NASDAQ and whatever, it's very spread out. If you look at the major, it's relatively spread out. So I think from a technology perspective, I think it's competitive enough. But of course, it's down to legislation and politics as well to iron out the creases.
And is legislation moving quick enough? Because AI is moving at a hell of a pace. That concerns me.
Compared to social media and what happened with Meta and Facebook.
So I would say we don't know what will be in 20 years, but what we can do now, we can start with our responsibility developing what we could do in 20 years. So my intention is always, let's do something great out of this possibility. And that's what we are doing. And that's why we're talking now about the AI in tourism, how it can expand the experiences. So now about how we will lose jobs and everything else, because that's why we need everything what we just said about regulations. No, let's invent new possibilities, and then in 20 years there will be heaven on earth.
I'm sure our panel can answer more. Does anybody else in the audience have any more questions, or we'll continue this conversation? Or are you all getting hungry and no? Okay. Well, I think we can wrap it up unless anybody's got any final points in terms of your initial thoughts, anything that's been missed today. Are we all happy with what's been said? Okay, well, that's it on AI today, but thank you very much for listening, and hope you have a good lunch. Thanks to the panel.
Thank you for the panel, ladies and gentlemen. We came to the exact same point where we were 20 years ago, asking some questions. Nobody knows what will happen, but probably will happen this. Everybody uses Uber in Croatia because they were used that it is a cheap way of transportation. Now Uber is the priciest taxi in Croatia because it uses algorithm against you. Everybody ordered food on Wolt because it was, wow, something new. Now your food prices are doubled because they're taking money from the people preparing your food and from you, but you pay because it's easier. The same thing will happen in 20 years with AI. Stupid people with no knowledge, without creativity, will prompt AI and get jobs from you, but you will then have to push much further and stronger. But as they say, that is not a bad thing. Those are challenges that we will try to survive after lunch because it will be easier. Bon appetit!
Ovdje se ne dolazi slučajno i rijetko samo jednom. Zagorje je iskustvo, a naše kuće za odmor jednostavno nadilaze očekivanja. To su prostori koji dišu, tišina koja grli, pogledi koji se pamte, jutra koja traju dulje, dani koji ne traže plan. I sve nekako dođe na svoje, promišljeno do zadnjeg detalja, za uživanje, za istraživanje, za trenutke koji ostaju, u bazenu ili uz kamin, u kutku za igru ili onom za razgovor. Svaki trenutak postaje doživljaj kojem se želiš vratiti, jer ovdje se odmor ne broji danima, nego onim osjećajem da je sve baš kako treba. True Zagorje Home, gdje bajka postaje stvarnost.
Beware when people at this part of the world call you for a break. We had the break for the lunch. We carry on with our program. Just for new generations can feel how it really looks like in life. People say that they believe in next generations, but they usually don't give a, because the lunch and the sunset and everything is always prioritized. But that's the way the life goes. And you need to embrace it and try to be better older people when you finish your path. As you all know, yesterday we had a hackathon. That means that few of student teams were competing each other with presenting some nice case studies, improvement in tourism and changes. One among them actually won yesterday. It was very tough. Some of them do not speak from last night to each other. Budapest is now separated into two parts, one town, second, I'm just joking, of course. The Swiss and, some nations in between, and Croatians from are just waving the flags as UN. It's always on our side, so we are good hosts. Well, how will it be? What they've done today, they will have even more time, which is, I'm not sure it's good, but hope that they will use it. Yesterday they had 6 minutes to do the pitch. Out of 6 teams, 4 would usually be disqualified because they did not obey the time, but we were doing it like this. So today they have 10 minutes, and if they pass or surpass that 10 minutes, you will lose your award. Okay? No pressure. Welcome to big world. Come on. Ladies and gentlemen, clap your hands for our winning team representing Budapest, Magyarország. Student Hackathon winners trio who is coming to the stage, and they will try to influence you so much that you go to the country in which they are still not present, but they will be with their project. The microphones will be on. Mystic Transylvania awaits you. Warning, warning, alert. There won't be a lot of talks about Dracula. Ready? You have a few moments more until I push the magic 10 minutes button countdown. So, the team, are you ready?
Yes.
Yes, okay. So, your 10 minutes starts right about now.
Hello again. Thank you so much for having us here, firstly, and secondly to, have this opportunity to present our presentation, our mini project. Today here for you, so let's go. We choose to talk about the Mystic Transylvania. The Transylvania actually is located in the central Romania country. From Latin language, Transilva means land beyond the forest. So interesting and very intriguing, right? We choose this location because the Transylvania is a huge potential for tourism strategy development by providing a natural diversity to being covered by Carpathian mountains. Also have the cultural depth, like with more than 7 villages by UNESCO sites, various gastronomy, and also the 4 distinct seasons that provide us a favorable climate for round-the-year tourism development. But unfortunately, due to lack of marketing strategy, the region is almost the seasonal one. So here we have the, let's say, problems like limited international awareness. That is a huge negative disadvantage for this location, and accessibility also is a main problem here because they are not directly connected with the international airports, but we have a local ones. But the infrastructure is the point that we can improve through our project. The mission and vision is to make Transylvania a top year-round destination where tourists enjoy its historic nature and traditions, and local people thrive through tourism. And the mission to offer visitors unforgettable experience in Transylvania all year round while supporting local communities and preserving culture and nature. So our project, the main aim of our project is to renovate, to update the infrastructure, and to open much more accommodation facilities for tourists and for domestic tourists as well through promotional strategy.
Now it's working. Okay. Okay, now I'm going to present the important part of our project, the SWOT analysis. When we first took the location, the specific location, we found that there is some specific strength of the location. First of all, there is rich cultural heritage, so it will be easy for us to promote the destination. Then biodiversity and landscape. Yeah, it's also our strength to develop a very successful project. And then already there is some authentic tradition, so we can easily promote the local rules and local culture and tradition to the world tourism. And affordability compared to other competitors like well-known tourist destinations like Budapest and other surrounding tourism destination, it will be easy for us to attract the tourist. Then sustainability, now people are more concerned about sustainability. They always try to feel the authentic tourism. So we can easily promote the destination. The weakness, basically found some weakness for our project, like initially we need to invest a high amount of money. So it is, I think it's a good weakness for us to develop the project. Then complexity, like already we found that Romania is known for non-tourist destination. So I think we need to change the complexity with the governments and other facilities, so it going to be a good weakness for us project. Then community resistance, like some location sometimes don't prefer tourist and other facilities to change their culture and other things, so it's going to be a further weakness of our project. And the opportunity, like when we consider the destination weakness, it's going to be the opportunity of our project. So we found that there is a huge infrastructure gap. So we will find a good opportunity to develop our idea and promote the destination. Then seasonality issues, like this destination is popular mainly for the winter, so we can easily find out some activities to promote the destination for the other 3 seasons. Then hospitality capacity, like there is very limited capacity for the tourists, so we can easily promote the destination and develop some infrastructure for the good number of tourists. And demographic challenge, like we found that basically the young generation just leave their destination for globalization. So it's another our opportunity to promote a destination, make some job market for the young generation and attract them. And the trades, like when we're going to promote a destination, over-tourism might become here. As our project main goal is sustainability, so over-tourism may be one of the main trades. Then competition, like I have already mentioned that surrounding there is some good known tourism destinations, so they will be our competitor and we need to fight with them. Then environmental risks, like when we need to do a lots of infrastructure development, it will be threat for the environment and we need to find out the strategy how we can minimize the environmental risks. And last one is climate change, like this destination is more natural, so if there is any climate change, then it will be threat for our project.
Yeah, so our aim is to promote like 4-year-round season tourism. So the first one, we want to promote like spring tourism by launching some cosplay festival, especially if you may know about like the Hotel Transylvania series. So we want to make like a cosplaying festival related to this film because we know that there are many fans of this film want to like go to enjoy relaxing and then get a sightseeing view with some hotel castle here. We also want to make like some canoeing or take a bamboo boat ride. This is a like very new type because like we see like the potential that they have a very green lush forest with a lot of like rivers and lakes. So we want to make like a floating market and then we can get like some bamboo boat ride there to get the tourists get the whole experience with that. Besides, we also have like so many traditional Easter celebration and Transylvania mountain bike trail competitions, but it gets a huge potential for us to promote adventure tourism here. And we want to mention about the volunteerism because like in spring, with international students and students like us, we have like I think semester break for around like 1 month. So it's just a huge chance to get this opportunity for students to gain more knowledge, experience, and also they will also have like a potential tourist and also like a potential marketer to market this place for us. For summer tourism, we know that there have like many activities here in Transylvania, but we want to talk more about like a bear and a wolf because like this is, I think a bear and a wolf here is the largest population in Europe. And for autumn tourism, we also want to connect like the whole story and whole narratives about bear, wolf, mythical, and fairy tales in this place. So we want to get some haunting sound, wolf, blend music, sound art, and also some folklores about bear and wolves and mythical creatures. We want to promote like adventure tourism here in autumns, like hiking, kayak tours, promoting Dracula Halloween party because like I know it's already existed, but it's not very popular in other countries. And in winter tourism, beside with the Christmas markets, we want to make like some winter fest, Legend and Snow festival, and promote wellness and spa tourism here as well. So our aim is to get like around 5 years to develop and make some like outcomes, like expected outcome from that. So this is our estimated budget. I think it's like a breakdown in detail, but our main focus is want to promote like infrastructure upgraded, and also like for events, packaging, seasonal kind of stuff. Here is our global marketing channel. So for the website, actually we want to create like a multilingual website who they can get everything in there. We want to cooperate with local community and also our guests already. So these guests, they used to travel to Transylvania. They can get like some reviews in there, and we also get like loyalty program from that. So if they get like a good feedback from our potential guests or like our guests who want to know more about Transylvania, they can earn points on that, and they can redeem points to get like some voucher kind of stuff. And also like if they go to the off season, like some other seasons, we can like get more points for them as well. And we want to aim to focus on the influencer marketing because like we know that this is a trend right now for younger generation to get involved and get more attracted by influencer, especially with the international influencer, because we want to attract more markets aside from the European countries. So this is our demo website. So our website is all have everything in there. We can get like information, some feedback, some reviews, and you can also like book book flights and book hotel from this website. So this is a stakeholders, like because we want to cooperate with, and this is a huge project. So this get involvement from government and regulatory bodies, and also branding and academic partners. So this is the end of our presentations, and see you in Slovenia. Thank you for your attention.
Congrats to the winning team. If this was a real world, you would have lost your internship at Brussels, which you actually won yesterday for 6 weeks paid internship because your presentation lasted for 13 minutes and you had 10. In the real world, that means bye-bye and stakeholders say, hee, next to wait. But clap their hands, they are now full of, woo, we did it, we won yesterday. Nobody will take your internship, you go to Brussels to see what Nikolina Brynjas has to offer. Congrats for the presentation and keep on going and be in time for the future and be proud. That's good. Well done, guys.
Thank you.
It was a pleasure having you for the hackathon. If you need to know what will happen in future, hopefully more teams will apply and offer some new insights on how to redefine tourism, not only for 365 in Croatia, but throughout the world. So, as you all know, there is always another panel in which we can offer something different, something new, something that people think they actually know or in advance dislike because they say, oh, no, it's just a short trend. But I have a dream team joining me now who will be talking about something that is already 100% on, even though some people still think that it's not necessary. They will change your way of thinking because digital comes first. Gen Z shall overcome. And the way of they traveling is also something interesting. They have to offer what is the best for people who are not sure about knowing more is you call them, you click, they send the bill, and they do it for you, which is also nice. Clap your hands for the dream team joining us now. The TikTok creators from the crew. Alina Debogović, Antonio Korajac, Vjeran Belošević i naša draga Dijana Domonkoš kao njihova šefica. We have it all. 3 employees, a boss asking questions. What can go wrong? Nothing, because they could do everything in editing. That is also good. Fast, interesting. Why TikTok is redefining tourism, you will hear in their presentations. Beware, some of them are wearing microphones all the time. So if they ask you questions, please answer. It won't be used against you. Diana Izoli.
Thank you, Frano. Please, everyone, big round of applause for our Frano. Okay. You deserved it. Hello, everyone. Welcome to our session, Gen Z Travel and How TikTok is Redefining Tourism. Well, by now, we all know that Gen Z is purpose-driven, that they are health-conscious, that they are digital-first. But what does that mean when we talk about travel? How do they discover new destinations? What inspires them? What role does TikTok play in all of it? So, to help us answer these questions, I'm joined by 3 creators from Crew. Crew is a TikTok community of creators, community of TikTok creators, sorry. And each of them have a very different perspective. So Alina inspires her community through lifestyle and fashion. Antonio, whose content mixes travel, cars, and fitness, and Vjeran, who brings in the lens of technology and video production. So, and I'm Diana, as Frano said, I'm the CEO of Crew Media and co-founder of Crew. So I'll be moderating this and trying to navigate all of the questions that we have noticed in the previous panels as well, and to not only talk about Gen Z, but also to talk with Gen Z and hear what they have to say. So, to start off, just a warm-up question for all 3 of you. Why do you think that TikTok became such a powerful platform for Gen Z and when it comes also to travel for inspiration? Alina, you can start. Ladies first.
Well, first of all, we all have phones. All of you have phones on you right now, and TikTok is on your phone right now, probably, or for most people. So it's ever present and it's always available to you. And when you're bored, you go on TikTok, you consume information whether you want it or not.
I would say it's about authenticity. We see a big shift of commercials being more authentic and being given to creators and Gen Z people, so the younger generation, to give a storytelling view of, let's say, a trip, a product, or something, and that's why people connect with it.
Yeah, I would definitely agree with my colleagues and say that basically it's widely popular, it's easily accessible, and you can easily get all the information you need, so that's the reason why, I guess.
Okay, great insights. So we have these buzzwords, inspiration, authenticity. We see that Gen Z doesn't just want ads, they want experience, they want relatable stories, they want real stories. So Alina, how does lifestyle and fashion, how does these stories inspire people's travel choices?
Well, we follow these creators or celebrities or public figures because we are inspired by them. We have a special interest and towards them, specified towards them, and can you repeat the question? I just lost myself.
Well, how does this, when we talk about authenticity, when we talk about inspiration, how does lifestyle and fashion creators, how does that inspire inspiration in travel? How does it mix cross industries?
So everybody has their own little special interests, and we often get inspired by these people that we follow because we look up to them. They're either our role models or they're inspiration for fashion choices. Me personally, I often go traveling for the fashion. I want to go to Paris to see how the Parisian ladies dress. I want to go thrifting in Italy. I want to see the local markets and thrifting opportunities, for example.
Yeah, so it's not like there can only be a creator that only focuses on travel, but you can also get travel inspiration from creators that have basically nothing to do with travel, but it's part of their lifestyle. Huh?
Exactly. I recently saw a creator from Croatia specifically. She just visited Rome and she showcased all the local markets, thrifting markets, and I got super interested. I booked my flights. I'm going in April.
That's great. That's inspiration right on spot. Probably there's also hidden gems that you can find in the general websites.
Exactly. There are so many things that I found out through TikTok, through Instagram Reels, whatever it is. And these things aren't marketed by traditional media. I don't see these things on TV ads. I don't see them on billboards outside. These are personal experiences that people share online.
Thank you, Alina. Antonio, you do a lot of Vox Populi types of videos, like interviews, and you use a lot of humor in your content. So how does mixing that humor, interviews, and also your personal storytelling, how does that help you connect with your audience and also include travel topics?
So yeah, when I travel, I sometimes tend to interview people from different countries. For example, Norway, Netherlands. I was recently in Amsterdam. And I was interviewing people to pronounce Croatian words and to tell me if they visited Croatia. And through that, I show the people in Croatia how other people perceive us. And I also give a point of tourists, how they perceive Croatia. So
yeah, those types of videos also engage the audience. You get a lot of comments, and then that helps the algorithm see it more. Does that make sense as well?
Yes, people give them their own perspective in the comments, so that's very nice about TikTok. They're very straightforward and authentic, and sometimes they ask questions. Oh, ask them about this in Croatia, ask them if they've been to Dubrovnik, ask them about their experience in Split. So yeah, I like to see a point of view of foreigners in a foreign country to talk about Croatia.
Yeah, but that also tells us a lot how the generations who grew up in the digital world, they have no problem of interacting and commenting and liking and sharing. That tells us volumes about how you perceive the world.
Yes, I would say, like, thinking of it now, when you see a commercial on a TV or something, you cannot engage with it. So you cannot give your own perspective. And this is very good for brands for feedback. If you see the comments, then some people maybe miss something, and some people would add something in the ad. So I think TikTok branding is very good to get instant feedback from brands on that topic.
Oh, that's a good insight as well. And Vjeran, a lot of also stakeholders in the travel industry, in the tourism industry, but also even brighter than that, they all fear creating video. They have fear of video production. It sounds very complicated and complex. So from a production perspective, what makes TikTok so effective in inspiring travel, and how does that production even look for TikTok? Or short video format doesn't have only to be TikTok. All the other social medias have now the same format, right?
Yeah, exactly. So as a person who works in a production, there's always that fear of, oh, we're going to record something on the travels. We need cameramans, we need production, we need lights, we need stuff like that. So it's not all about that. It's of course, the good quality is always, you know, wanted to have, nice to have, but it's more about authenticity and about it being raw. We want to see your own perspective, your thoughts and feelings on the trip, and how did you feel everything and experience the whole trip, and basically you can do it all from your phone. So even sometimes, from my experience, I use a professional camera, and sometimes when I record something off my phone, it gets a lot more views because it's a lot more relatable than being all production and stuff like that. So as Antonio said, we really as a generation, if we see something is being highly produced and being just an ad of a perfect travel ad or something like that, we don't want to watch that. We want to see somebody's feelings, emotions, trip, stuff that happens on the trip. We want to see it raw. We want to see how they felt it. So we feel almost like as if we were there with them.
It's immersive then into the experience.
Exactly. Yeah.
Okay, but beyond the authentic side of it, there is the aesthetics. It can be anything, right? So maybe Alina, in the fashion world, it's all about aesthetics. How do you balance that aesthetics and being relatable? Because there is a point where you need to be like aspiring aesthetics or aspiring lifestyle, but also to be the Alina as you are. And how do you balance that in your content?
Well, I would personally say that becoming aspirational is by being authentic, first of all. You don't come on, you don't take your phone, film a video and post it, and not everybody's gonna relate to it, obviously, but some people will, and you keep posting, people look up to you, you show your authentic self, and that's how you become aspirational, by being yourself, truly.
Oh, that's a nice insight. They are so wise for their age. Huh? And when it comes to cars and mobility, when we talk about that, Antonio, do you think that the journey itself is also an experience? Or when does your content production start? Is it already the moment when you decide on going on the travel, or do you start producing content when you arrive? Or is the journey itself also content worthy and sharing, and how does your audience react to that?
I like to start filming the trip as soon as I wake up. So sometimes to get in the mood, even if that part of the trip was not that interesting, I can not put it in. But as soon as I engage my brain, okay, today I'm filming the whole trip, then it's gonna look more decent. I would give like a funny perspective that the trip is part of the journey. If anybody of you can remember when you wake up early for a flight or when you're hangovered, naturally everything is more funny. So you make the best memories when you're waiting for the flight and when you're very tired and when everybody's making funny jokes about it. And so that's when the actual trip starts. So yeah.
So to just make a point, so when you tell your stories, you tell it through your point of view. And do you in those moments then go on the go? You film it as it is, or do you script your content? How does that work?
It starts off by filming as much as possible, and then once it's fresh, 1 day or 2 days after, I think about a lot of stuff that I want to mention in the video. Then I just sit down, I start writing the stuff, and then I brainstorm it mostly, and then I make it into a script. Then I take all the videos that I want to pickpocket from the videos, cut them out, put the script, and then I start voiceovering everything that went during the trip. Yeah. Sometimes I even use a bit of chat to get educated on some parts. Like, for example, when I was in Norway, I saw a big jumping ski area, and I didn't know a lot about it. My friend only told me, yeah, it's for the Olympics, you know, but I wanted to know more about it. Like, is it the biggest one in Europe or something like that? So I educate myself on chat, then write down what I found interesting, and then compose it into a video.
Very good. So also another big shift that was talked throughout the conference yesterday and today was the focus on health, especially for the newer generations, health, mental health. it's part of health, wellness, balance. So travel isn't just about sightseeing anymore or laying on the beach and enjoying the sun. It's also about self-care, about fitness, about sustainability. So we would maybe to explore a little bit how does that influence Gen Z or your generation when they make decisions about traveling. Maybe Antonio, with sports and with wellness and with fitness, do you see your generation increasingly looking for travel that are connected with that? Do they seek for these experiences? How does that work with your friends, your audience, and generally your community in your generation?
Well, I would say that I train a lot and often, and a lot of my friends train often. And when I'm on vacation, you have more time than when you work, and then you have more time to do your hobbies. And my hobby is training, so I do not skip training sessions during my traveling trip. I have an app called the Calisthenics Park or Calisthenics app, which lets you see parks all around the world that are for bodyweight training. So I use that to get around, even film a review of the park and train there. And when it comes to wellness and fitness, like spas and everything, yeah, if I'm booking for a place, I'm looking if it has a gym. If it doesn't have a gym, as soon as I get to that place, I Google the nearest gyms around on Google Maps. So that's how I get around. And then I like to film those gyms around the world and give my own perception of what I liked in this gym, what I didn't like. For example, when I was traveling in Dubai, I wanted to find the most famous gym. It was called Bino's Gym, and I wanted to give my thoughts and a review in Croatian for the people that maybe never went to Dubai or they want to go to Dubai and see that gym. And yeah, for me, it's a very important part of the trip. I don't see the workout as a hassle. I see it as a hobby. And if I get to train in another place, in another country, I see it as interesting and inspiring.
Great. We were talking also, us as well, when preparing this travel, about solo travel. And there's a big myth that your generation, due to COVID and due to everything being digital, that you are not that used to social interactions, making friends in live, not only on screens. And now the worry is, if you also conduct solo traveling, are you going to be lonely? Vjeran, you have some experience also as solo traveler. How does that world look through your lens?
Yeah, so solo traveling is something, I don't know why people fear it, because now we are young, we are, I would say, more connected than ever. Of course, not in live, in person, but solo traveling can be fun. And also, if you're going to, let's say, I love tech, I'm going to some meetup where is going to be talked about tech, I can find friends or people who like the same stuff as I do. So basically, we already clicked, and it's easy to find friends. So even if you go solo traveling, I ride a bike, I like to solo travel around Croatia, Europe, and everywhere. So basically, you can experience stuff by yourself at your own pace, at your own commodity. You don't have to worry about anybody else, and you can really take more of it in, I would say. So I think people shouldn't be afraid to solo travel, and I think that is something that is going to become even more popular than it is now.
I would just add that you don't need to agree with anybody when you solo travel.
Yeah, exactly. That's sure. Exactly.
Yeah, I agree. I think that Gen Z sees solo traveling as something that's hassle-free, something that's actually easy. Because, you know, there's the saying, like, you made it out of the group chat, because it's so hard to, you know, get along and just plan the whole trip and actually make it happen. So sometimes solo traveling is just the way to go.
Yeah, exactly. As Alina said, we tend to go on more short vacations, let's say. We like to go on weekend trips. We like to go on a daily trips, basically. When something's near us, let's say Slovenia is very close to Croatia. I went to see Jelenovo Greben, where there's a lot of deers. And you can go there for a weekend. You don't need to plan it out, and you don't need to spend 2 weeks there. You can just go and spend 1, 2, 3 days. We like to do more, I would say, more short travels than one big travel.
And how far in advance do you plan your trips?
So I had an experience when I was a student back in the day. The faster you buy the plane ticket... Back in the day. Half a year ago. So when you plan your trip with a plane, the earlier you buy the ticket, the cheaper it is. So I was planning them 2 months in advance. Okay, let's travel here. I buy the ticket, and I tell my friends in the group chat, I bought the ticket. If you guys want to go, we can go. If not, then it becomes a solo trip. Yeah, and as long as you tell them like the ticket now is 70 euros, 80 euros return, so we should go now. Or if not, you can buy it in 1 month for 200 euros. So planning in advance is very good. You don't need to plan the whole trip, but the ticket.
But just so you know, 2 months ahead, our generations don't consider that planning ahead. For us, that's a short decision, but okay.
For me, it's very much ahead. For me, the short decision is like next week. Do we go somewhere or not?
Okay, Alina?
Well, actually, I have a really good example. Last week, I booked tickets to Ireland, and I'm leaving in like 3 weeks, I think, something like that. And I'm going because I love Harry Potter, and I want to see where this particular scene was filmed. So again, going back to like interests and marketing, things that are popular and newer, things that have resurfaced in the last 30 years, I think that's actually really powerful, and it's a tool that we can all use. It's a good marketing tool.
Well, now with Hotel Transylvania and that spot, so it's a whole, when we look at TikTok, a lot of times we talk about basically interest tribes. We don't look at demographics anymore, but we look at what similar interests we share, and that can be a great inspiration for travel. I mean, we've seen what happened to Dubrovnik after King's Landing, but there are even more niche TV shows and movies and stuff like that that's happening, that people decide to travel to have that experience from the movie. So movie, fashion, sports, tech, a lot of different reasons to travel. But when you do the solo traveling, when you go there, then do you stay solo, or do you try to engage with the community of the travelers that are also there for the same reason? How do you interact with the local community? What do you expect in those travels?
I would say you always find somebody that's like that has the same interest as you do. But I think if you're solo traveling, it's fine that you stay with some people for, I don't know, few hours. But then you want to go again and go solo and meet new people and meet new cultures and connect with locals. So basically, for me, it's like that. It's kind of different when you're riding a bike. There's a lot of let's say connection between bikers. Then you can stay with them as well. But I think, at least I do, I go solo. I go off and then enjoy my time. But you also always meet people with your interests. You can stay with them, I guess, as long as you want, or it's fine by them. But it's not like, how should I say, written in the books, like, okay, it must be like this. It's all about you. That's why it's amazing to travel solo, I guess.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I feel like when I went to a competition in Amsterdam, when you travel solo, you're gonna meet more people than when you travel with a group. It's natural, and it makes you get out of your comfort zone to talk with people, and it's so good to develop those skills. Just start talking with a stranger in the bus. Like, so where you're heading?
And what do you expect from the local communities when you travel? What do you expect to experience from the local people, from the local food, or what types of experiences? What are your expectations from the destination when you arrive there?
Well, that depends per destination, I would say. I would say that most of us prep for every trip that we go on, just, look up the culture a little bit, learn how to say hi, hello, thank you, and things like that, I feel like that's a really good way to engage with the locals as well. And I would say that most of the time, if not like 99% of the time, people will engage back with you. So I don't think Gen Z necessarily has specific expectations, but they go with this inner feeling of wanting to find another community, connecting with other people. And I think that most people of our age are looking for that too. So it's not exactly hard if you're, hanging in the same age demographic. So we're all like-minded.
I would say maybe first thing that comes to mind when you go traveling is food for me. So I'm not a big food guy. I like to eat what I know already that I like. But sometimes I like to ask locals, like, what's your favorite dish? Like, what do you eat the most? And they say some bizarre things that I don't think would ever go together. And then I try it, and it's my favorite meal. So basically, that's how I would say I connect with the local people and their, let's say, culture.
I don't expect a lot, but I like to observe the different cultures. So, for example, when I'm traveling to Scandinavian countries such as Norway, Netherlands, Ireland, I like to see how people are more like to themselves, colder. For example, when you go to Turkey and people are too much extroverted. So I like to have an observation of different cultures. When you go to Zanzibar, to Africa, how people are like, what do they expect from you? How do they treat you? So, but expectation-wise, maybe I like to talk with the local and ask him for the best places to recommend. Then maybe just write down, and then maybe ask like 4 or 5 locals, and if a lot of them say the same thing, maybe really visit that place.
Yeah, I
So-
also do that. It's like it's very simple. You just get your courage going a little bit, and you're like, "Hi, new here, just landed. Can you recommend something?" Often you'll exchange contacts or something as well, and you get like a personal little tour guide. It's pretty great.
Because I know how this is when people travel to Croatia, and when I'm on the main square, and they ask you a question like, where is this coffee shop? And then I start telling them why they should visit like Medvedgrad and all around.
But also, I know that especially for TikTok, it's very location oriented. So when you enter a new city or a new country, it starts giving you the videos from that area. So it also is a good way of learning about the area where you are. By going on TikTok, it catches your location, and then you basically can see what people are posting about, what are the hidden spots and gems and so on. Huh?
Yeah, exactly. I think that for Gen Z, the main search engine has become a TikTok. You don't go, we don't go on Google and type something and search for something. We go on TikTok and we want to see somebody's feelings, reviews, how they feel about it. Because if you go on Google, a lot of it can be ads or paid ads where people say, this is a great spot. But I want to see people who went there and how did they feel about it and what is their own review, because that can be a lot different than Google's ones. So I think that our search engine has now become a TikTok, and basically it's what where we find all our information.
Yeah, I would say if you want to attract the Gen Z, you need to make a viral TikTok about your new shop, food court or something, because chances are if I and them see the videos from 2 or 3 different creators, the same video of a same food court, it's a very big chance that we're gonna go there and check it out ourselves.
I think that a good advice is to also make it more personal, make it about your employees, make it about your customers as well, make it about the whole entire experience of what it's like to go into your facility, whether that's a coffee shop or restaurant, your hotel. Like, show us why I should go there. Like, don't just tell me, don't just show me nice photos, but give me the whole experience. Yeah.
I'll change also the perspective a little bit. It just now you catch a drift there where is nicely going. One way is to attract Gen Z to come as tourists, to come as travelers to our destinations. But what about how to attract Gen Z as workforce? What do the hotel chains or restaurants or any touristic destination would have to offer your generation or you guys in order to keep you there, to make you want to work in travel industry? I know that you all 3 of you traveled a lot and you are in the content creation and so on. So, and you know what your generation kind of looks in their jobs and in their employers and so on. So what would be an idea how to attract the Gen Zs to stay there, being it sometimes a seasonal job, sometimes also an all year long job?
Thank you. I would say that it's the flexibility in the job. Yeah, you agree with me. When I was studying in Netherlands, then I was searching for jobs that tell me, they would literally give me like a schedule. Okay, write down your working shifts through the weeks. When do you want to work? And I would also say a big role plays weekly or every 2 weeks payments. Because we as Generation Z, we want to have a bit of money now, a bit of money now, a bit of money now, not everything all of a sudden, because we're very impulsive sometimes. And that flexibility plays a big part. When I was working in Amsterdam, in other cities in Netherlands, I didn't experience this kind of flexibility here in the Middle East, in the eastern part of Europe.
I completely agree. I actually took a seasonal job once, and the deal was we had, I think, bi-weekly payments. We sorted out the schedule together, and that was great. I came with €0, spent my tips the first week, spent that money then, and basically I had free accommodation as well, which was perfect, and I had the right to have, I think, 2 meals in the restaurant where I worked, which was perfect. So I had minimum expenses, and when I was off work, I was off work doing stuff.
Yeah, I would agree with them, but I think you can agree with me then also that the most important thing I think for Gen Z is having a good working environment. Like people who you work with mean a lot. Sometimes if the job is not as good as you expected, or you don't like it the most on this world, it's not your best type of work you would like to work, I think that people like make you stay there. If your colleagues are fun, if you can talk with them, if you can, if like you don't go to work with that, you know, knot in your stomach, and you're saying like, I'm gonna see, I don't know, Diana, and she's gonna, you know, but no, not that you're like that, but just taking you as an example. But yeah, I think a lot of it comes with people who you work with, and how they treat you, let's say.
So it's a healthy work culture.
Yeah, definitely.
Flexible working hours and shifts, and bi-weekly payment or weekly payment.
Yes.
Okay. And when we talk about that gut knot or whatever in the feeling, not in the gut feeling, is basically something that is stress. And causes mental health problems on the long run. And that's something that your generation is very vocal about. And there are already in the health tourism, there are many ways to prevent some problems, also to cure some problems. And have you ever, guys, any or three of you, have you ever traveled due to you wanted to do some digital detox, to do some stress release or whatever, to connect with nature? Have any of your travels been connected to that health aspect of your being?
So yeah, this is also like going on the question you asked, like you book travels like in long run, like, you know, with long space to get the travel, or in advance, or yeah, or short. So this is basically that me and my girlfriend started to do. If we had a stressful week and we can feel like it's a lot for us, and weekend is just staying at home and not enough being on your phone because we're always on, especially now when everything's connected. We like to go, okay, let's go for a weekend on I don't know, terme, or let's go to nature and stuff like that. So we go there and we don't use our phones. We go there just to turn off and not be available and not to respond to anybody. If something is you know, urgent, it can wait for Monday, you know, if you had a stressful week. So yeah, basically going to stuff like that, terme, or somewhere where you can go and maybe take a massage and just do nothing, but also not be on your phone, because that's the most important thing. If you're still on your phone doing nothing, then you're not really doing anything for your brain. You're doing something for your body, I don't know, but not a lot for brain. So basically being able to disconnect and just shut everything off and escape for a weekend, at least a weekend. That's something that all of us can do for ourselves and our mental health. I think that's the best thing you can do for you.
Antonio, you wanted to add something, or Alina?
Yeah, no, I agree. Recently, like a few years back, I've been seeing a lot of like hiking content and how fun it is. And that's how it was promoted to me, basically. And hiking is something that I really enjoy to do. You know, turn my phone off. I take a compass and a map, which is crazy, but it's really relaxing, honestly. Yeah.
Yeah, I would say, to get back to how impulsive we are as Gen Z, for us, it doesn't need to be summer to go to the sea somewhere. So if we feel an urge to go in December, November, October for a trip to, let's say, detox or de-stress or just have a new experience. For example, when I went to the Canary Islands to visit a friend who was doing an affiliation in a facility, yeah, I just went. So it doesn't matter for us.
Yeah, we as Gen Z, if we feel like it, we're going to do it now. Like we don't, you know, plan a lot of stuff. And I think that's also good. And that's where solo trips come in.
And how do you choose your destinations? Do you go on TikTok and look for destinations like nature close to me, or nature to relax, or whatever it is? You go on TikTok and search for that, or how do you decide?
Sometimes the content just comes to me. Sometimes I'll find
the algorithm is good.
Yeah, sometimes I'll just like find out about a new like smaller city or something. I get really interested in it. I find out more about it, I inquire myself, and that's how it goes, pretty much.
For example, for me is if I'm visiting a friend that lives somewhere, Cyprus or anywhere, I ask him if I can come, and then if he approves, then I start searching on TikTok if it's worth it, you know, to see some authentic experience of people that travel there.
Yeah, I have an experience of a daily trip, I would say. I live in Zagreb, and most of the stuff you don't really know about. Like, I didn't know that there's a lot of forest trails where you can go with your dog and walk for, I don't know, a few hours and just experience everything. So I searched that stuff on TikTok, like where to walk your dog in Zagreb, that is fun. And basically videos like this come on. So yeah, I think we find a lot of stuff on TikTok and where to go exactly.
Perfect. So it's just now a matter of who produces the content that comes to you, right?
Yeah.
Who wants to get you in their web. So when we talk about the future of traveling, well, technology is a big deal of that. Technology is moving fast. Therefore, the travel and the whole travel industry and tourism is also changing and adapting and trying. And with the AI in the game, with the VR, and trying to find ways to make gamification of travel would be also an idea what to do. Well, how do you see, well, I won't give you any pointers. How do you see the travel industry in the next 3 to 5 years? Vieran, you can start.
Okay, so I think that solo traveling, I've talked a lot about it, but it's just, you know, wild to me that people don't accept it as much or don't think it's popular. I think it's going to become even more popular. So basically in 3 to 5 years, I think a lot more solo content especially and solo travels is going to be produced and it's going to be a thing.
Antonio?
Yeah, I think we should also add that different types of filming equipment will be like Insta360 cameras, GoPro cameras, drones. Maybe you can come back to that later. I see that we as Gen Z are very much into fitness and training, as I said. And fitness is gonna be a big part of the trips. For example, if in the airports you give out some gyms or some training parks, or if you focus more on that, you're gonna attract an audience who works, who trains and travels.
Yeah, I noticed that there are, your generation is opening more running clubs and closing nightclubs. So there are a lot of people traveling somewhere to join a marathon, to join a challenge competition in fitness, whatever it is, Hyrox or Spartan or whatever different types are. So it is also purpose of their travel, and they stay there. And when you travel, you also visit the location or you do your thing and travel back.
So yeah, you can motivate the fit people to just go there somewhere and travel just because of the competition, as maybe Dario could connect with that also when he went to Ljubljana for the race. Yeah, we do the competition and of course we stay there maybe for 1 night, 2 nights to see the place around, and you get to meet new people, make new memories, and fitness is one part of the thing, but you can also attract the Gen Z to stay for the competition and look around the food courts, if there are any, and different places around.
Alina, when talking about, following on this topic, we have creators that have a following, influencers already, but basically anyone is a creator now. They have their phone and they open. So do you have like an advice for the tourist board or for the hotels or the destination itself, how to work with creators, how to motivate people to film their experience and to share and to spread the idea and all of this, and how to work also with the creators that are already influencer, whether they are micro, nano, macro influencers, irrelevant of the following?
Okay, so first, I would like to go back to what Vieran actually said earlier. It's the fact that these creators, whether that's macro or nano, or whether they're already like full-on influencers, there's something about the raw content that makes it just so much more human. And that's why people will trust it so much. Sometimes I will fully just scroll away if I see that it's an ad, because I don't want to see that, because I know that it's already scripted. And whether I see an influencer going on a paid trip or if it's a brand trip or something, I still can count on the fact that I'm gonna see them going through the experiences. I'm gonna hear them, like what they have to say about it. They're gonna throw in some critiques and stuff like that. But the thing is, just because one person critiques it, another viewer might like it, because all this information that's coming to you while you're watching a minute and a 30-second long video, you're gonna take away what's important to you. So you might highlight something that you think as a brand and as an owner is important, but some people might not care about that at all. It might be about the little things.
I would just like to add something that brands are getting used to it, but they still have a problem of giving the creators the 100% authentic experience of filming the video. Maybe you would want to say something about that? Because some brands, they still tend to tell creators, this is what you should mention. But the creators don't want to mention what you want them to mention. You should tell them, this is the parts you should mention in your own experience. Like if you're traveling to South America and you should tell them, you should talk about the buggy trip through the Amazon River. You should talk about the traditional food that you had with the shaman or somebody. You should not tell them, you should say to the audience that you liked it. Like you should give your own point of view, because Generation Z, they're very unnaive with the videos and the content they see.
I would say a lot of niches have already adapted to influencers. I think traveling is still like on that, let's put the perfect ad with a perfect body on a perfect pool, with an empty pool and enjoying it, and that's going to be an ad for our hotel. I think they should let the influencers do their job the way they do it. The way they do it authentic and realistic and without any added beauty to it, I would say. Of course, technology for my side is very important, so I think the stuff that is happening with VR and the people that record their POVs, let's say riding a quad or a bike or stuff like that, people with VR or we on our phones can already experience it like we are there when they're recording their POVs. So I think that's, from a technology point of view, I think that's the way forward, and you can even feel like you are there, but you're in your room, let's say, which is not great, but the technology is advancing really, really fast in that sphere.
I completely agree with that, and to add up on it, I don't think that these brands and hotels, whatever it is, traveling agencies, you don't have to focus specifically on travel influencers, because things don't really work like that necessarily. Some of my favorite quote-unquote travel influencers are just my favorite influencers. Like, I like watching Michaela doing her makeup. I want to see her do her makeup in Milan, and then I'm gonna see more about Milan. I'm gonna see more about Brazil. I'm gonna see more about Japan or something. I'm gonna get interested through that too. So people follow these influencers because of their niche, but their niche can be spread out in so many ways. So I think that's a really good advice, to spread out. Don't just reach out to a travel TikToker. Vieran could, showcase the tech aspect of a certain place. Antonio could show, the fitness part of it, and I'll show the fashion part of it, for example.
Diana, are questions allowed? Rajan would like to ask one. Is it okay?
Yes, of course, of course.
It kind of relates to what you were just saying, actually, but you were talking about celebrities and influencers. How do you feel about the fact that they are paid to do those films and that create that content? Does it worry you? Should it worry you that they would be perhaps a little bit biased in some way?
Maybe I can go if you want. Or yeah, okay. So to answer your questions, I think we kind of mentioned it before.
Yeah.
When we see the ad, that it's paid ad, we don't really like it. We can skip it. But if, of course, that some of influencers are paid to do an ad, but if they do it real honest, and if we see that someone who paid for an ad didn't tell them, say specifically this, say that this is awesome, that this is the best, and if they don't feel like it, we're gonna know. So we are also not gonna like it. If they're paid, that's fine, go. But if we can feel that honest, true selves come out, and that they can even say, let's say, the hotel paid me to go here and stay a night, but I didn't like this. We like it, and we are also going to support it, so we don't feel bad about it.
But it's very difficult if you are an influencer and you're negative about the place that's sponsoring you, because you will not get that gig again.
You can always say, I won't do this. I mean, they can do
but then
that,
you'll be known as somebody who doesn't like doing that kind of stuff, and you will maybe lose work. I don't know.
Yeah, there's a good mix of it. But I would like to say that we as Gen Z, we really like when the influencer says this travel agency gave me a chance to travel here, and I'm gonna give you my honest experience. Of course, it's always a matter of, if I say, we're not gonna say we hated this hotel. We're gonna say I didn't like this hotel because this and this, but in generally everything else was nice. Yeah, it's always a big mix or a balance of saying what you liked and not staying biased about it. I understand this, but it's gonna be better to hire an influencer to do that than to pay an ad, an aesthetic ad that's not gonna have any storytelling. It's just gonna look nice with models, with pools and everything. The influencer is gonna attract more attention. And if people are skeptical, for me, if I see an ad from an influencer that he went to this hotel and I'm skeptical, it's gonna attract me to go maybe there and see it myself also.
But also what Alina mentioned earlier, one video won't make the whole job, you know? If you are, as an influencer, go to a hotel, you get paid, and you tell how wonderful it is, trust me, there will be people who will reply to that video and say, you're lying.
Yeah.
And in the TikTok realm, you find out these types of things very quickly because they're very vocal. And the influencer, we are not talking, for example, these high-paying influencers who are doing this as a job and so on. They are like Google. Google has no opinion sometimes. They go, they get the job, they do it as an actor. And you already know there are influencers that way. And then when they do something like this, the community reacts because there's no way this is the first person ever that has been to that place, you know? Yeah. So it's a matter them just driving the reach, helping that destination or hotel or whatever it is to get on their map, and then they research further to see is there truth to that.
Yeah, I would say that transparency just matters so much more than you think, actually. Be negative. Like, say something negative, you have to say it. I would rather know it and expect it when I get there than, you know, find myself in the situation being clueless and just being like, wow, I wish I wasn't here. You know?
They can't get negative.
At the end of the day, it was still my choice. I think that's something to remember. And I want to go back to your question about celebrities and like these high-paying influencers. Something that you also have to consider is that their followers that truly follow them, they still admire them. They won't necessarily always care, yeah, I know you were paid, but you were there, so I want to go there. These people aren't, a lot of it is, you know, people listening to what you have to say, and a lot of it is, you know, subjective and opinion-based, but a lot of it is also visual and aesthetics, which is at such a rise. You know, I would rather go into, you know, a very cool-looking cafe than like a local birtia, you know, like a pub, you know. So there's this human need to be somewhere where your favorite person is also. So that's also a big factor that you just can't miss out on, is the truth.
I would also maybe give advice if you're still biased of hiring a creator to do an ad for something, you can tell them put more focus on the information about the trip itself. Don't put a lot of your emotions. I like this, I didn't like this, I didn't like this. You can tell them, just say what you did in the trip, and somebody is gonna connect with some part of the trip.
Just one last question, sorry, just a technical one. TikTok is vertical, right?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
How is that changing, do you think, the whole landscape of content creation?
I would say I do both YouTube and TikTok. YouTube is you know, standard way. I don't think it's changed a lot. It's vertical, so it's easier to see on your phone, and it's easier to watch and just scroll away. You don't have to rotate your phone and stuff like that. You see a lot of there. Maybe you're worried about it not showing everything in the frame, but I think it's something that we are used to, and when we go on TikTok, we expect vertical videos. When we go on YouTube, we expect, you know, horizontal videos. So I don't think it changes a lot. There's a lot of equipment now that new cameras like these can shoot in vertical. A lot of POV cameras like DJI now produces cameras that can shoot both in vertical and horizontal. So I think that's going to be a problem. I think it's something that we have already accepted, and it's already like, thing in the past. I don't know who records if it's not for TikTok a horizontal video. Everybody now flips their phone and that's it.
You can notice when people taking pictures outside. You can see which generation it is. Who takes it like this? Who takes it like this?
Yeah, that's what we were commenting yesterday. If you was on the event at one hotel, so basically older people turned their phones horizontal, and a lot of young people. I mean, all of young people were just taking vertical pictures. So there's a gap in the generation, I would say. But
And you should tell them what's now with the new iPhone, how you can take horizontal pictures.
Sometimes though, a landscape picture is better than a vertical picture because you get more of the view, right?
It's easier to take a group picture.
Yeah, I completely agree with you on that one because I'm a photographer as well. So a lot of details you can get on a normal picture, let's say, than on a vertical. But if you're shooting on a vertical, you're shooting maybe something or some details that you want to show. But if you're shooting a landscape or something like a mountain or stuff like that, then you can shoot, in a normal way and upload it the normal way, and people can still see it. Yeah.
And now I want to say there are now cameras that film vertical and horizontal at the same time. So the Insta360 cameras, so you can film the same video here and have it in two formats at the same time.
Yeah, and you can just post both of those types of content. It's just gonna push the algorithm even more, and you're gonna put out more. That's pretty much it. Yeah.
Thank you for questions.
But but the trend basically is TikTok started with the vertical, then Instagram joined it with the Reels, then Facebook, of course, took it over, and then YouTube had to make YouTube Shorts, and now we see even on LinkedIn as a professional network, they are also pushing vertical videos. So the trend is there, so it makes more sense to make the vertical videos than the horizontal ones, because the horizontal ones then now serve only for the long-form YouTube content, which if you don't have a high YouTube channel, nobody sees, and it's very expensive to boost, to get some eyes on that. So vertical, then that term gets you more impressions, and you can use one piece of content across 6 or 7 different platforms. So it's very cost effective. Okay, I think we are nearing the end, Prano. Yeah, I see your face, 2 minutes. So to wrap it up, if you would say, let's say in one word or up to 3 words to describe the future of Gen Z and travel, what would it be? A lightning session, just quick.
Solo, viral, raw.
Impulsive and authentic experience.
Yeah, I would say spontaneous, authentic. Yeah.
Thank you very much, Alina, Antonio, and Vieran. Thank you for sharing your perspectives. Thank you to everyone we are here. If you have any questions, they're really happy to answer. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yay. Ladies and gentlemen, the conference is officially over. You're here in the... I said over, but that's a good one. This is a democratic country, so now you can go wherever you want and do what the hell you want. So enjoy. Hope to see you again in Croatia. Till the next time, call me. I'm just few flights away. Bye-bye. Enjoy Tourism 365. May the force be with us and economy of authenticity too.